All right. There we go, guys. We're back, I think. Had to do a quick refresh. I'm going to grab my cup of coffee, though. Wait for y'all to hop back in the chat. Hey, Christopher making it over first. First place. Love it. Sometimes YouTube does weird things, so I just wanted to make sure everything was running correctly. Acid Dust made it over. Very good, very good. All right, cool. Let me grab my cup of coffee. I'll throw some music on in the background, as per the usual. Hopefully it doesn't suck. Although audio library has been super solid. Just check through the speaker here real quick. Alright, very good. Jim, making it back in. Alright. It might get more lively, it might not. We'll see. See how the algorithm treats us on this stream. Anyway, guys. 2 seconds, I'll be back. Grabbing my coffee. Yo, Dirty, welcome. We were just about to cover the Antifa stuff. We're gonna do this announcement, but I was arguing with people about Antifa. I'm still trying to figure out what Antifa is all about, but we're gonna be covering the Antifa stuff here soon. I mean, we touched on it, but appreciate you for coming through, Dirty, as always. Wait, the girl get wrecked. Oh, I think I saw that clip. It paused right before she hit the ground. I'm not sure if there's a longer clip, but I think she was pushing on him, and then they just kind of sort of through her. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. And yeah, you know, ragdoll would be kind of the way to describe it, because I was like, wow, the way she kind of went flying. Well, better than bouncing on her head, Christopher. You said it originated in Ireland. All right, guys. You know me. I just heard the microwave. My coffee is beeping, so give me one moment. All right. Are we still talking about Antifa? The Antifa? What's going on, y'all? We're back. Okay, I'm sorry. My cord management right now is failing me. I don't know what is happening. I'm losing to a cord. Jeez, that was overly dramatic. Anyway, somehow we missed this today. We did everything else, but I kept meaning to get to this announcement. What do we got? We got a Trump there. We got a, what is that? A Dr. Oz there. Something tells me when those two are on the screen, there's generally an RFK ready to pounce. Somewhere close. All right, we are locked and loaded. Damn it, I don't know why. All right, here we go. Let's get her started, guys.
Thank you very much for being here. This is a very big announcement. We just, as you know, left the military. That was something. Generals, admirals, all the top brass, and that was a great morning. And this is other fantastic news for you, because it's going to be a lowering of medical prices, drug prices, like in the history of our country has never happened before. It's favored nations, if you know what that means, but we'll talk about it. Today I'm thrilled to announce that one of the world's largest pharmaceutical manufacturers and one of the best anywhere in the world, Pfizer, has agreed to offer countless prescription medications at major discounts in the United States as a result of the most favored nation drug pricing order that we established earlier this year. As you know, the United States.
Is insulin included? Because, man, people tell me how much insulin costs or how much it costs them. Insulin just seems way too expensive. Now, obviously, I don't produce it. I don't know how much, you know, it takes to produce it and everything, but it just seems insanely expensive considering you'll kind of die if you're diabetic and don't have it, right? Because you're not producing it.
The United States is paying sometimes 10 times.
Yo, snap, what's good?
More than other countries for drugs, and a lot of excuses were made for that, but it went on for many years, many years, decades, and it's not going on any longer. We're going to be paying the lowest price now. We're going to be paying whatever the lowest price is. Favored nations. This will save American taxpayers and consumers hundreds of millions of dollars a year. I want to thank Pfizer CEO Albert.
You're saying they're all wearing the uniform, but look, RFK, I mean, he is his own man, okay? He's got a blue tie. They went with the thick red tie look. It is kind of weird that they're all wearing red ties, but...
Orla, who is one of the most respected people in the industry and in business generally.
Yeah, he didn't get the memo.
For joining us today, along with Secretary, as you know, we got a number of secretaries. Secretary is Lutnick behind me, I hope. Where's Lutnick?
He's over here to the right.
You can get over here. I'm looking for Lutnick.
Some of them have very girthy ties, I must say.
Great Secretary of Commerce. Good, I'm good to hear. You always been in trouble. Howard Lutnick, great. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., CMS Administrator, Mehmet Oz, Medicare Administrator Chris Plump, and the FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. And I just want to thank them all. They've been working hard on many things. I think this is one of the biggest medical announcements that this office has ever made, because we're talking about price reductions, as you'll see in a couple of minutes, that are incredible. For many years, Americans have paid the highest prices anywhere in the world for prescription drugs. They paid far more, 10 times, 13 times, 15 times more than other countries for the exact same product. A major reason is that the American consumers have been subsidizing research and development costs for the entire planet. They put all of that on us, and yet they were the beneficiaries too. So it's being changed as of today. The United States had just 4% of the world's population and consumers, only 13% of all prescriptions.
Listen, I never thought I'd be describing a tie as girthy, but here we are.
Prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the United States. So think of that. We have 4% of the market, 13% of prescription drugs, and yet, Albert, I didn't know you were that violent. I'm surprised you're doing this.
I'm getting better.
No, he's doing the right thing. Thank you. And yet they make 75% of their profits from the American customers, so it's something. That's why I signed an executive order combating this practice, and we signed it very happily a little while ago. Today, Pfizer is committing, as will other drug companies as we go through the weeks. But Pfizer is truly one of the biggest in the world and one of the greatest in the world. Today, Pfizer is committing to offer all of their prescription medications to Medicaid, and it will be at the most favored nation's prices. It's going to have a huge impact on bringing Medicaid costs down. Like nothing else. I told you that in my first term, I was so proud of the fact that for the first time in 28 years, drug prices came down. And I had a news conference that I explained it was 0.1%, but it was down. And here we're talking about, in one case, over 1,000%. This is a critical step forward to our work and to improve health care and hardworking, low-income Americans, especially low-income Americans, who will be helped so greatly. In addition, Pfizer is agreeing to provide some of their most popular current medications to all consumers at heavily discounted prices of anywhere between 50 and even 100%. And that's off the price. And in some cases, even more than that. These drugs will be available for direct purchase online at a website operated by the federal government. We're also announcing that moving forward, all new medications introduced by Pfizer to the American market will be sold at the reduced most favored nation costs. So we'll be paying essentially what other countries are paying, who have been much lower for many, many years. Furthermore, Pfizer will invest $70 billion to reshore domestic manufacturing facilities. In other words, they're going to bring a lot of their facilities to make their drugs and make what they make, their product. They're going to make it in the United States. I appreciate that $70 billion investment and fund research and development right here in America. We're working with other major pharmaceutical companies to secure similar agreements. Everyone understands that the status quo where Americans pay more for drugs, prescription drugs, and they pay more than foreign countries who take advantage of us in many other ways, although not so many anymore. I think we've pretty well got that stopped, right? I think so. We've stopped that, but they took.
All right. You guys in chat have inspired my next poll. We've done this poll before, and a lot of times, I don't know. It seems like the Epstein stuff has kind of gotten swept under the rug a bit. We try to cover it here as much as possible, especially if there's anything new with it coming out. But we're going to do a poll in chat. I just feel like when I first started doing this poll, maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was like a 90-10 issue. Then it was like an 80-20 issue. It started to get 70-30. So I'm like, oh my gosh, people really don't care about the files. People are just going to let that one kind of go. So I'm going to say, release the files. Boom. Yes, no. What files? And I guess I don't care. No, we're just gonna do yes, no, and what files. I think that's a solid poll. Bam, poll in chat.
Took advantage of a lot of other presidents, that I can tell you, but we're making this pay to be very unacceptable what they've done in the past. That's why my administration has also taken historic action to investigate the unfair and discriminatory trade practices of other countries that extort our pharmaceutical makers to shift costs onto the American consumer. They say, no, give us a price, a very low price, and just charge the American consumer, charge it to the U.S. The United States is done subsidizing the health care of the rest of the world. It's a big thing. I can't tell you how big this is. And I was all set to go on it first term, but then you had the COVID, and we had to focus on that. But I said, I want to get back here because you're talking about 14, 15, 1,600% reductions in some cases. But by taking this bold step, we're ending the era of global price gouging at the expense of American families, and we're making America healthy again, which is our little theme for the people behind me. And I want to just ask Secretary Kennedy to come up, and we'll start, and we'll go through it with Oz and Klomp and Bourla and McCary, and we'll go through it, and if you have any questions. But this is a really big announcement. This is something that most people said was not doable. And other countries are going along because we told them that if you don't go along, they didn't have to go along. But if they didn't go along, we were going to put extra tariffs on those countries. And we were going to charge them the amount of money that they should be paying for the reduction in costs. So I think we had a pretty good negotiating position. So, Bobby, I'd like you to speak about this, and what a great job, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking a couple of people who aren't up here, Theo Merkel, Dr. Heidi Overton, who played key roles in this negotiation and helped make this happen. And also Inma Hernandez, who's not up here, but John Brook and Chris Klomp, who were the people who were negotiating, in some cases, I think including last night, 24 hours without any sleep. This would not have happened without President Trump's leadership. I told my son last night, we're all under secrecy about this, but I told my son late last night, a 27-year-old son, Connor, who's a very liberal Democrat, and I told him this was happening, and he just paused for a minute, and he said, "Thank you, Dad, I'm so proud of you." Because this is something Democrats have wanted for 20 years. Republicans have wanted for 20 years. Everybody said they're going to do it. Nobody has even taken a step towards doing it. And the reason was because it was such a daunting task. And, even all of the negotiators, you see, I also want to thank Howard Lutnick. This would not have happened without him. But even all of the negotiators here and all the people at HHS and at the White House team, all we could see was all the reasons that this couldn't happen. Everybody had tried. Nobody could make it happen. And it was President Trump alone who, with his doggedness, his persistence, he saw this clearly in a way that none of us other, in its most simplest terms. Why are we spending more on this country than any other country? Why are we spending 75% of the revenues that come to the pharmaceutical industry? We're doing all the research, and everybody else is riding on our slipstream. And President Trump, I would say, harangued and harassed us to make this happen. I was getting calls at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. "Oh, are you asleep? And you got to get MFN done." And at one point, Dr. Oz told me, "I can't take the president's calls anymore." I have a lot of reasons. My wife has a lot of reasons to say to me about different things that happen in my life. Doesn't that give you anxiety? And I say, I don't get anxiety. This gave me anxiety. Oh, thank you, President Trump. It would not have happened without your leadership. This is real leadership. It's a president who has a vision and makes that vision happen. And I can't think of any other president of the United States who could have done this in our history. I'm very grateful to you. This is an extraordinary benefit to the American people. Thank you for your vision, President Trump, your bold action, your unwavering commitment to health and well-being of the American people. Never has a president stood up so bravely for the American people with respect to health care. And by the way, I forgot to thank Albert Bourla. Albert and I have had a long history of antipathy and antagonism toward each other. But I have to say his leadership in this took tremendous courage. And he really created a template for corporate responsibility, for putting public health ahead of his individual interests. So I'm very, very grateful to you for that, Albert. Under the leadership of President Trump, the U.S. government is now acting as a tough negotiator on behalf of the American people. Today is about fairness, it's about equality, it's about giving hope to those who are trying to stay healthy, who are managing illness, and who are fighting for their lives. We refuse to make the most vulnerable citizens continue to pay an unthinkable price for the world's pharmaceutical breakthroughs, which we pay for. This policy is a shield for the chronically ill who have carried the burden of high drug costs for far too long. It's a signal to every American family that we're finally putting their health and financial security first. And it sets a new standard, one that says we won't write blank checks to the drug industry any longer. No family should ever be forced to choose between filling a prescription and putting food on the table. Americans should not be gouged paying 300 or 400 or 1,000% more than people in other countries for the exact same drug, many times manufactured by in the same factory in New Jersey.
I don't know if any of y'all have seen this.
And sold in.
I haven't seen this one yet. Does he mention Tylenol? I see a few of you mentioning Tylenol. Somebody asked about it. The Tylenol announcement, I mean, Trump came out and was really hard on it. I don't know how much, RFK was necessarily, I mean, he was behind it as well a bit, but not as hard as Trump was. But basically saying that if you're a pregnant woman, there may be a link between taking Tylenol while you're pregnant and an increased chance of autism. That was I want to say the idea that was floated. I mean, Trump kind of pushed hard on that. But in general, though, I mean, Tylenol is probably not great to be popping all the time, right? I would imagine. But people are going to argue that probably until the end of time now, so.
Great Britain for 1/10 the price that it's being sold for here. This week, and I was with some friends up in Martha's Vineyard, and an old friend, one of my oldest friends, his wife and daughter have a chronic disease. And that chronic disease last year cost $150,000 to treat. And the mother had to choose whether she was going to take that money and spend it on her or her daughter. And she spent it on her daughter. So she had to make that choice. It's a choice that no mother should have to make. We did a roundtable recently on drug prices. One patient spent more than $180,000 on one drug. One cashed in all of her savings and worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. One almost quit her job and moved to Germany to get the drug cheaper. Some looked at getting the drug on.
Well, yeah, some are saying it's just correlation. So the question is there causation there, right? It could just, happen that, a lot of people take Tylenol, but there's also something else that they're taking or being exposed to that happens to be increasing the rates of autism. It could be the Tylenol. I don't know. I think the connection they're making is a lot of times, and in chat, a lot of you have said this because I've asked, is there anything else besides Tylenol that you can take as a pregnant woman that's supposed to be like safe, right? And a lot of you have said, no, Tylenol is pretty much the thing that you're supposed to take. There's not really much else to go for. And to be specific, it's not Tylenol. It's oh my gosh, I always mess this up. Acetaminophen. There we go. That's what they were speaking about, but they say Tylenol. And they say that there's really nothing else that that pregnant women can take. So is it causation or is it just a correlation?
Unsafe secondary markets because they could not afford it through the legitimate markets. Today, we begin to right that ship for the mother trying to help her child get better, for a grandmother at the pharmacy counter, and for millions of Americans who want to restore their health. Today is about another promise made by President Trump and another promise kept by President Trump to the American people. And it's only just the beginning. This is all thanks to your unwavering leadership, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
There is a fine line between vision and hallucination. People have to follow you for it to be a vision. And President Trump, you made a lot of people following you on an idea that most people thought was not possible, even remotely. And when we have that shared vision, and I'll speak to some of the people who are involved in this process because it was incredible effort that gives me great pride to serve in this administration. And the fact that it did not leak is also an issue of pride for us because these were tough challenges. And Albert Bourla looks very calm up here and cat-like, but he is ferocious when you get him in a negotiating room. This is true for all the pharmaceutical companies that we are negotiating with. And Secretary Kennedy, my son Oliver, who I
see somebody saying that they circle jerk each other a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of, kissing the ring that happens. Everybody has to, do their praise. But you know what? Where you're not going to find a circle jerk, guys? the Black Hole Radio broadcast right here. We have left-wing opinions, right-wing opinions. There's some people in the middle. There's some people unassociated. We try to keep a balanced mod team. Go ahead and hit that like button while you're here.
I told about this deal as I was walking over here is a Republican. And you know what he said? Thank you for making us proud.
No eye contact. Stop it.
Because it's not just a Democratic problem, it's a Republican problem. This has not happened before. And it took a crusader like President Trump, with the support of Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Lutnick, I see the vice presidents here as well, just unwavering, dogged pursuit of change. And now I have to admit that I know the president has me on speed dial, and most of the time when he would call me, as Secretary Kennedy alluded to, it was about MFN, and he always had reasons why we needed to go faster, why people were being hurt today, because we're allowing the kinds of pricing that had been tolerated for so many decades in America. The time of the day didn't matter, the day of the week didn't matter, and that's how the president was functioning. This was such an important part of what he saw as his legacy, which is why it brings such pride to all of us up here and many others to deliver it. And the laser focus that the president had on this, which he shared with me the day that I was nominated, that he nominated me for this position, and has reminded me frequently since, made it a top priority for us as well at CMS. Now, to do this, you have to have tactics, not just vision, but tactics. And the first tactic the president shared was to introduce me to Albert Bourla. He took us to dinner with Secretary Kennedy, and he argued, and he's a great deal maker, as you know, that if you're going to make a deal of this scope, of this nature, you need trust. So the president lit the kindling. He got the embers going, but he needed us to nurture that beginning of a fire so they would blaze into what today we can announce as the grand deal, one of the greatest ever, certainly in the space of pharmaceuticals. I gained to respect Albert, and I'll tell you why in particular. It was because he recognized the dangerous problems facing so many Americans, that they had to choose between taking medications prescribed by their doctor that could be life-saving, or shopping at the grocery store, paying for their kids a fundamentally important need that would be squeezed out because they couldn't compromise on drugs. Or
I'm not from the UK, guys. Some people in chat were talking about the UK because the UK is the third biggest demographic on the stream. And I'm like, every time I start a stream at this time, everybody across the pond be tuning in. It's really cool. We got some Aussies in here too.
Often worse, they compromise on the drugs. 1/3 of all prescriptions are not filled in the pharmacy because of this. We talked through the winter. We talked through the spring. We talked through the summer. And we got nowhere. We stalled. The industry is powerful. They're important. They have smart people. There's no reason for them to give the numbers that the president is articulating today. And you see these numbers on the charts around us. These are massive wins for the American people. But the president in July demanded, after the executive order, that manufacturers make a firm commitment and to lower prices or else. And it sent shockwaves through the industry. It got the ball rolling again. Our talks with Albert heated up, but it wasn't until last week, if you want an inside story, it wasn't until last week that we made a major breakthrough. And our hardworking team embarked on a remarkable story that I think books will be written about, 24/7, nonstop, with industry, with Albert, with his great team at Pfizer. And with this partnership, we began to deal with the fundamental challenges we have, which is protecting medical advances for the future, while at the same time securing the prices Americans want today. We're going to continue to stimulate and strengthen innovation. That's what a great country does, and we are a great country with a great leader. We're going to protect the U.S. hegemony in R&D. We dominate the planet in discovering cures for illnesses. All those orphan ailments, all those remarkable advances, they come from research labs here with companies like Pfizer and other great ones in the pharmaceutical space. We're going to lead in the life sciences. We're going to lead in ideas. And we're going to make sure that we do all that while we're being fair to the American people, especially our most vulnerable. We're going to finally deliver on the fair drug prices that President Trump has been speaking about for 2 terms. We're going to celebrate this historic day, I predict, this historic day in the medical field for generations to come. The heroic negotiators that I do feel compelled to mention, and Secretary Kennedy kindly also mentioned their names. Some of them can't be in here because they're busy negotiating future deals. Inma Hernandez-Delso, John Brooks, who's a deputy administrator of mine, Theo Merkel, who is in the back and tall and hard to miss with DPC, and Corey Enslin with the same group, did a spectacular job, and Don Dempsey at OMB. Just wonderful human beings, worked tirelessly to get this done. We were able to secure this first MFN deal, and the president touched on this, but we have much more to come. You'll be hearing breaking news from the president for the rest of the fall. And Mr. President, these brilliant minds are here because of you. Now, I don't want to just pay homage to this. I want to actually speak this a little bit. The passion to protect the American people brings top-tier Americans into the government. We've created a powerful administration with the president's leadership, an administration of winners. People who get things done. They see the generational opportunity to fix the biggest problems our nation faces. And the person who led this negotiation, Chris Klump, embodies this seal. Now, Chris Klump came to visit Secretary Kennedy and I the very first day we were looking for staff to try to bring in the government. And neither of us really had an idea of how challenging this might be. And he came to the interview, and we knew that he had built a business that was worth several $100 million. And the secretary, very poker faced.
I have to pause. FBI is in chat. All right, FBI, what do you got? Oh, never, guys. The FBI is in chat. They said there are no such files. I guess I could end the poll. Yo, FBI, you kill me when you stop in chat. By the way, just say.
As he tends to be, looked at him and said,
Any other agents in chat besides FBI? Do we have the NSA in here?
"Are you willing to give it all up and move your family to Washington?"
Hey,
A young
Scotland
family,
in chat.
4
What's
young
up?
children, beautiful wife. "Are you willing to come across the country and serve our nation, serve this president to ensure vital programs like Medicare, which he runs, will keep our seniors healthy for years to come?" He gave it all up, like so many have in this administration, passionate to follow the president's lead and serve under Secretary Kennedy. And for those of you at home who are watching, and I hope there are quite a few, I think this shows just how cool a place it is to work, is in this government. And I take great pride in handing the ball to Chris. Chris, tell the American people what they have won thanks to your passionate ability to deliver on President Trump's promise.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. President. You have enabled something that as recently as last night, nearly everyone has said was impossible. And Secretary Kennedy and Administrator Oz, thank you for having trust in us as a negotiating team to drive this forward on behalf of the American people. It is an absolute honor and privilege. And Mr. Borla, to you and to the team at Pfizer, you have taken a step that I think few appreciate, requires a level of courage to change something that for decades administrations have tried. And there was no incentive rationally for you to do, and yet you've done it because you recognized the opportunity to align your economic interest with the social interest of the American people, and we are grateful. Today is historic, as has been discussed. This is a major win in the battle for affordable health care and affordable drugs. As the president said, on average, we pay nearly 3 times what the rest of the wealthy world pays for branded pharmaceuticals. And yet we drive more than 50% of global R&D, 50% of revenues, nearly 70% of profits. It's unjust. It's morally unjust. And when this happens, we stifle innovation and we limit access for the most vulnerable people across the planet and in America who need these medications. And so the president directed us to make deals. That's what he does, and it's what we do. And all great deals, and this is a great deal, are rooted in principles. And this deal was rooted in the principle of fairness. Now, the president could have directed us to go to the poorest country on the planet and find the cheapest price for every single drug and bring that back to the United States and use the might of the government to insist that that's the price we pay. And that might have worked, actually, for just a little bit. But very quickly, it would have utterly destroyed innovation in pharmaceuticals. It would have destroyed American primacy in building life-saving medications. There are nearly 20,000 known diseases on the planet. We have treatments or cures for far fewer than 10% of them. So that would have been a bad strategy, and it would have limited access to those who need those medications the most. But he didn't call for that. He didn't call for 50% lower than the lowest price on the planet. What he called for was fairness. And that's a powerful principle, because we all grow up wanting to be on the right side of fair. And it allowed us to do what has not been done before, which is to call on manufacturers and ask them to be fair, and allows us to go to countries and ask them to pay their fair share in the battle against global disease. And that is the unlock for this great deal. Now, it's my privilege to talk just for a few minutes about the details of the deal. First, let's start with the definition of MFN. What do we mean by that? This is not made-up list prices that have often been quoted in prior administrations, stuffed with fees and rebates. We're talking about we start at net prices, after fees, after rebates, the prices people actually pay here, the prices people actually pay.
So far what I'm gathering is there's a bunch of places that are essentially subsidized when it comes to the medication they purchase. So they're buying it cheaper. But then we're paying more money for it, which is kind of squeezing the pockets of the people here. If we were to force everybody to sell it at the cheapest price, that would hurt or destroy the drug companies, and they wouldn't be able to do R&D. So there has to be some sort of a middle ground. That's what I'm gathering so far.
Pay in other wealthy countries. We then index to a basket of countries, wealthy countries across the world. And we go drug by drug and we look for the lowest price. And that becomes the starting point.
Appreciate you, Snap.
For what an MFN price is in the United States. And then we've built this principles of fairness on 5 key pillars, as we've talked about. Number 1, as has been discussed, direct access for patients at Trump RX, which is a site soon to be launched, available often at full MFN and always at lower prices than currently available. This is bypassing middlemen. It increases transparency. In many instances, prices are 80% lower than they are today. No more Canadian detours to purchase drugs more inexpensively at our neighbor. You do it from home. You do it a click. This is American ingenuity outsmarting the system. Number 2, the president was very clear to us and directed us to ensure that we secured the lowest prices for the most vulnerable Americans, those who are served by Medicaid. So we focused there first. So Pfizer will be putting virtually all of its portfolio of drugs at MFN prices available to Medicaid in the near future. This safeguards the program. This ensures that this program lives as a lifeline without undue burden on the taxpayer for those who need it most, for our vulnerable Americans whom we are charged morally to care for. The third principle is about future-proofing fairness. This is the idea that Pfizer has committed, as are other manufacturers, that they will not launch a new drug for commercial, Medicare, Medicaid, or cash pay markets at a price that is higher than the other wealthy world. Now, they are free to price their drugs wherever they want. These are not price caps. These are not price controls. They can price however they'd like. We're simply asking them, and they are committing not to undercut us in other countries. This is an essential principle. This allows us to retrain other countries to appropriately value innovation for their citizens, to appropriately understand what fair share means, to contribute global R&D. This allows us not to compromise access for those who need it most. And this is a powerful commitment. The fourth principle is around shared savings. As our commerce colleagues and as our U.S. trade representative colleagues succeed in encouraging other countries to pay more for existing medications, a portion of that will go to fund additional R&D. And a portion of that will repatriate back to the United States to offset prices, lower prices.
So basically, the countries that are being subsidized will have to pay more. And then if they pay more, the United States can pay less overall. So just kind of balancing the scale it sounds like what he's talking about. I saw somebody say, hey, is the file debate still going? Dude, the Epstein files are going to be going on like the JFK files, okay? It's going to be the next 50 years of this. Trust me, I feel like when a Democrat takes power, they're going to somehow lose the files. Then the Republicans are going to have power. They're going to lose the files. I think every administration from here on out is going to just misplace the files, okay? Or say there's no files. So
prices further for Americans on
to answer your question, yes. I mean, we're always down to have the conversation.
Those existing drugs. And the fifth principle, as discussed,
with
hats
Jim,
off to Secretary
take care, man.
Lutnick
Have a good
and
day.
Ambassador Jameson Greer from U.S. Trade, is about Pfizer committing to onshore 100% of the value of all imports that it currently imports to the United States, thus ensuring that we seal our great American resurgence. If you're watching this right now and you have been looking for evidence that this is a president who knows and cares about you, who is fighting for you, who is fighting for every American, this is Exhibit A. This is not an empty promise. It's not platitudes. It's not lacking a plan. These are hard contracts with teeth, lowering prices now that we will all feel. These are the most significant, historical, substantive, mathematically quantified price reduction.
I'm curious about that as well. We got the poll in chat. So the poll in chat says release the files. 79% of you say yes. 6% is you say no. And 16% of you say what files. If you're being serious about what files, talk about the Epstein files. For the people that said no, that aren't memeing, is there a good reason, or what is your reason, rather, for saying no, they shouldn't release the files? And mind you, I want to put a caveat in this. When we say, I'm not trying to speak for everybody here, but when I say release the files, I am not referring to the victims' names. I'm not saying we have to dox the victims necessarily. If we could protect the victims, that would be ideal, right? So that's not what I'm asking for, or, I don't think what most people are asking for. But if you disagree with releasing the files for reasons other than the release of the victims' names, I'm really curious to know your reasoning, really.
In the history of our country and modern day pharmaceuticals. I cannot thank you enough for your leadership in enabling this to happen. It is an absolute pleasure. The president has showed us that the impossible can be achieved, and that is what's happened today. God bless America. With that in mind,
Piles of files. Y'all are killing me.
it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer.
Mr. President, what an honor to be here today.
Okay, sorry, before he gets going. Yo, user 4545, you said, I voted no. You won't get the truth, and it will divide people more. Americans are not ready for the truth. You have a lot of work to do before then. I could grant you that. It could be divisive. However, if there does turn out to be an elite PDF trafficking ring, I think bringing a stop to that would be good, right? Even if they don't even release the files initially, if they're investigating and arresting the people that are implicated. And when I say implicated, I don't mean they had a cup of coffee with Epstein, okay? I mean they went to his island like 40 times, to talk about the weather. Not saying you should arrest those people either, but like if they had evidence, right, that this person was up to some bad stuff with Epstein, okay? They should be questioned and, obviously get to go to court and try to prove their innocence, or rather, protect their innocence and, have the prosecutor prove their guilt. So.
His office to announce a landmark agreement. I think it's an historic day.
Is this the coolest office? He has a beautiful office, but the Oval is the coolest, right? What do you think?
I think by far. And I have seen other presidents' offices. There's nothing like that.
Yeah, it's good office.
Yeah. So it's an historic day because I think today we are turning the tide and we are reversing an unfair situation. For years, other rich nations refused to pay the fair share for the medical innovation. And as a result, Americans had to assume disproportional cost on their shoulders. This situation, we all knew, is not sustainable. This situation is a situation that many wanted to change.
Wait, was she really the Attorney General when he was being charged in Florida?
But no one could. This is changing today with this agreement. In July, the president sent to me and other heads of pharmaceutical companies a letter. And over there, he articulated 4 specific requests.
That's crazy. If that's weird synchronicity.
These requests, it was obvious to us, were designed to lower drug cost in America in different ways, each one of them. And altogether, holistically, to have synergistic effect in the impact that will have in the US healthcare cost and patients. With this deal that we signed today, we satisfied all 4 of President's requests, all 4. The big winner of this deal clearly will be the American patient. There is no doubt about it. They are the ones that will see significant impact in their ability to buy medicines. But I would argue that it is not the only winner. I think who else is a winner here? It is American innovation and American economy. In our industry, we had 2 major overhangs.
All right, I looked it up. All right, so previous actions regarding Epstein. While Florida AG Bondi's office reportedly came to an agreement with Epstein's lawyers for a plea deal on ex-offense charges in 2008, a detail that was scrutinized during her confirmation hearing. Wow. Huh. Oh, damn. Okay, we're going to have to do the Epstein stuff later, like a deeper dive, but this is, I did not know that. That's, I mean, I guess it's a small world or something, but, huh. It's a lot to think about.
That have substantially reduced our valuations and create concerns for us in our ability to invest. We are addressing both of them right now, and I will speak about them. The first one was the uncertainty of tariffs. Because President is absolutely right. Tariffs is the most powerful tool to motivate behavior.
Yeah, I generally try to say my sources here. Not gonna lie, this is the Google AI just sourcing a bunch of stuff for me. But we can go to the .gov site and, I mean, you know, look at all of the stuff. But no, I mean, she seemed to be the Florida AG. So, NPR, Attorney General Bondi brushes aside questions about her handling of Epstein. Well, that's probably more recent. That's crazy. Dude, if she was the Attorney General, because everybody says he got a sweetheart deal or something along those lines, right? For his initial stuff in the early 2000s, which it appeared he was kind of up to similar things in the early 2000s, but then he somehow gets off with what seems like a slap on the wrist, right? Now he's implicated with all of these powerful people, an island and all this stuff, supposedly, allegedly, right? And it turns out she was the AG then, and now she's coming out and saying, I got the files on my desk, and now the files aren't on her desk. That's just weird. I did not know that. I don't know. Gosh, we're going to have to do an Epstein stream.
Behaviors, Mr. President, and clearly motivated ours, right? So, by this agreement that we did, we commit to onshore the production of our medicines that are consumed in the US and are made outside the US. And for that, we are ready to unleash our investment portfolio in this country. And the President graciously gave us a 3 years grace period that we will not be subject to the 232 tariffs, as long as, of course, we move the products here.
Oh, no.
That's one. The second overhand in our industry was this uncertainty. What will happen with the framework of pricing in the country? Because this uncertainty, it was what was holding people from investing in the pharmaceutical industry, which resulted in significant reduction of our multiples. Actually, our multiples are at historical low. Well, now we have clarity about what is the framework for the US pricing. Read the letter of President Trump, read the 4 points, and this is the framework. And we will abide to that, and going forward, this is how things will be priced in the US and abroad. We are ready to invest, as the President also mentioned, $70 billion in the next few years from Pfizer in manufacturing and research in America alone. I really think this is an historical moment because also I can put that behind us and focus on the things that I want to spend my time, cancer treatments, to bring better obesity medicines, to bring better vaccines, to bring
it seems overall, I mean, if they do make medication cheaper for people here, that does seem like a positive, right?
People value. And thank you for allowing us to do that. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank Secretary Latnik. Your leadership helped us to pull that together. You are the mastermind of everything, and without the brilliant way that you designed the whole thing, we wouldn't be able to make it happen.
Blessings.
But you were even more brilliant because you had someone in your team that he was the driving force behind everything. And I don't have words to thank you for your integrity. And it is what you have said. We created trust from day one. And that was the most important thing that allowed us to be able to pull very difficult negotiations. Of course, also I want to thank the US trade representative, who is also heavily engaged, and he's probably the first trade representative that I have seen that cares about our industry and cares to do something about unfair situations out there.
So you mentioned Truth Social.
More than anyone.
I always forget this. How many people here use Truth Social, and how many people here use Blue Skies? Those seem to be the alt sites, right? They're like the right and left wing Twitters, more or less.
Mr. President, I want to thank you, for your leadership and, frankly, for your friendship. Thank you.
Albert, thank you very much. Great job. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. President. The growth of drug spending, that is, the increase in drug pricing, is the fastest and biggest increasing area of healthcare spending. So today's announcement has incredible implications for healthcare spending in the United States. And today marks the beginning of the end of the Great American Ripoff. And it also marks the beginning and the end of a great American tragedy, something I've seen as a physician at the bedside. Patients getting spun up into a financial rage, doing GoFundMe campaigns online, sending repeat reminders, asking people to donate, getting their churches to pass the offering plate from pew to pew, Sunday after Sunday, to try to get enough money to pay for a drug in the United States, a drug that's 5 or 10 times more expensive than the same drug in France or Germany or the UK. People get spun up, and it's a tragedy. Having cancer is hard enough. Getting spun up into a financial rage in order to try to get the money to pay for treatment makes it so much harder. 37% of people who go through cancer care say in the end that the financial toxicity makes them want to avoid or delay care in the future. That is, they're done with it. They're done with the system. That's how toxic financial toxicity can be. And for what? For what? So the U.S. can finance the R&D of the world? Well, that ends today, thanks to President Trump. So we want to see R&D. We want to see American pharmaceutical companies thrive. We want to see pharmaceutical companies that do business and manufacture in the United States thrive. At the FDA, we're doing our part. If you're going to...
I've seen some of y'all going back and forth about percentages. I think when they say 1,500%, I think they just mean it's 15 times less. That's kind of how I interpret that. X is the Silk Road. X is solid. I think X, you know, I mean, obviously touch grass, guys. You know, don't be on social media all day. But, I mean, X is pretty quick. You get on there, and when there's breaking news or stuff going on, you get information fast. Now, what kind of information you're going to get, you got to be wary. You know, is it fake news or misinformation or whatever you want to call it? People spinning a narrative. You kind of have to be wary of that. But it's very, very fast, quick communication. I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's if it wasn't for all the bad stuff in the world, X would be really cool. You know what I mean? Like having this technology and having this ability to talk to so many people and get your ideas out there and see so much. It's like, it's a cool idea. It's just, you know, used in a lot of shitty ways.
Equalize your price to that of other wealthy countries. We're not talking about Zimbabwe. We're talking about Germany, France, UK, Japan, other wealthy countries, the OECD countries. If you equalize your price, then we're going to put your future applications at the front of the line. A voucher to get a review in weeks has a market street value of about $500 million because every day is money when it comes to getting a drug approved. And so if you meet one of the president's national priorities stated very clearly, moving manufacturing to the United States, meeting a large unmet public health need, or equalizing your prices. We're the largest purchasers of drugs. We deserve the best prices. And so we're going to do our part. And if a generic company makes their drug in the United States, that application is going to move to the front of the line as well. And if you're going to build a plant in the United States, our FDA inspectors will walk through that plant during the construction phase, something never done before, so that it's ready on day one. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. They said it couldn't be done, and here we are. Thank you.
Chris, you may want to go up and just show one of the boards about how quickly.
Somebody say it costs $30 to make a month's supply of insulin. They charge $187. I've talked to some people, and it sounds like they're paying a lot more than $187 a month. I don't know all of their, circumstances and stuff, but when it comes to insulin, it sounds like they're paying a lot more than that. Do you trust Elon with the data? Yeah, I don't know these people. I can't say I trust any of them, to be fair. He's got access to a lot of data. He's a powerful man. He's one of the richest people. Space company. He's got Starlink, so he offers internet to people. He's got the social platform. He's got the car company. He's got SpaceX, right? He's got it's kind of crazy when you actually look at all the pots his fingers are in. He is a force to be reckoned with. He is the person, like, everybody focuses on Trump, and obviously Trump's the one in power right now, blah, blah, blah. But I think Elon Musk in the long term is going to be more relevant than Trump. Like, say 5 or 10 years from now. Because he wields a lot of power.
Prices come down, and these are small examples. We're going to have it over 1,000% in some cases. You'll see that during the week. But we just picked out 4 at random, and
POE right
you
now.
see the kind of numbers. Bobby and maybe Albert, good.
Oh, stop it.
We picked 4 examples, but I want to be totally clear. These are not the only 4 examples. And as the president mentioned, this is not the only agreement. It is the first. It's a historic agreement. There are many to come, and we're excited to talk about.
That's what I mean, too, is, Trump is old, right? Or he's older. He's on his last, he's on his last presidency here, right? His last term. Some of y'all might say he's going to get a 3rd term. I don't see it. There is a way if he runs as vice president and then the president steps down. Don't really see him doing that. At his age, I don't know. It would be cool to see some younger presidents, just to be honest, like kind of where I'm coming from. But yeah, I don't see him doing a 3rd term. But Elon, like you said, early 50s, lots of power. He's obviously going to be backing somebody when it comes to a U.S. election. Whether he's going to back J.D. Vance, whether he's going to back a third party, or the Democrats. He could. He honestly could just flip over and back the Democrats. I think his endorsement is going to matter a lot, especially if he is controlling the algorithms on X, right? Now, I don't know how much input he has if he's going to be like, hey, make sure this person gets more coverage or more positive coverage. I don't know that he's doing that. I'm not going to sit here and say he's doing that or not doing that. But is it a possibility because he owns the company? I would say it's a possibility, right?
And that means hundreds and hundreds of drugs. We are not exaggerating when we talk about reductions of up to 80%. We give you 4 examples here. One for dermatitis. The new price at MFN results in 80% reduction to what's available today. One in postmenopausal osteoporosis, 85%. Migraines that affect so many Americans, 50% reductions. Rheumatoid arthritis, something my own mother struggled with, 40% reductions. This is about access. This is about ensuring that Americans have access to life-saving medications. These are real prices.
Okay, some of y'all are being dramatic. I'm not saying it has to be a 35-year-old. I'm just saying, you got 35-year-old, 70, 75-year-old, 80-year-old, or whatever. We could find somewhere in between that, right?
Net prices. They're not made up. They're not funny numbers.
Thank you very much. Certainly, great job you've done. Everybody here has been incredible. We've been standing here talking about the Make America Healthy Again a lot lately, and I think our meeting the other day was excellent on a thing called Tylenol. That was a very important meeting.
Here we go. So they do mention Tylenol. They kind of had to mention Tylenol, right? And yes, I know they're talking about acetaminophen, but he says Tylenol. So
it's a very important meeting. And this, in terms of pricing, it's going to be great for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. Is going to be great for everything because your medicine costs are coming way down. We have some examples that I think we'll be able to show you next week of over 1,000% in some cases, where a pill that cost $10 in London was costing $130 in New York and various other places within the United States. And
you said DeSantis could be the VP for Vance? Oh, I guess I didn't think of DeSantis. I always think of DeSantis as running for president, not as a VP. It seems like he wants to run for president, right? I keep thinking it's going to be a JD Vance, Tulsi Gabbard ticket. That's what I'm vibing with right now. We'll see if that ends up happening.
The same thing with Canada. People would go to Canada, they go to Mexico, they'd go to other places to buy drugs. They don't have to do that anymore. So we have favored nations. So that's what we have. And it's one of the biggest days I think anybody will ever have.
Marco Rubio, really?
Massive numbers. And the numbers are going to get even better with a little time. And I will say, Albert, I think that the drug companies are going to be the same. You're going to, the world, we're really competing against the world. So they have more people. So we'll come down a lot and the world's going to go up a little bit. And the end result is you're going to, I think, do the same business pretty much. Maybe you'll figure a way to do more business, I think, knowing you. But I think the drug companies, we're going to come down a lot, the U.S. The U.S. will come down a lot. But the world, many more people, is going to go up a little bit. And it equalized, and it's a great tribute. And I want to thank everybody up here. J.D., thank you for all of your help, too. And Howard, great, really great job. Thank you all very much. Do you have any questions? How about we focus on this? It's so big, let's focus on this.
Mr. President, please give us a timeline.
Yeah, Mr. President, first of all, this kind of goes along with your America First campaign promises for lowering health care costs.
I'm going to look into Rubio's stances and stuff.
Day that it seems like we're going into a government shutdown led by Democrats on the premise of providing health benefits to illegals. This seems to, your move here is a stark contrast to that. Could the same principles that you did today apply to health insurance, to maybe lower the cost of health insurance? Many Americans are kind of struggling
and
with that.
We're working on just that, little different group, but we're working on just that. It could, I don't know to this extent. We have a pill, one pill in particular we're going to show you next week. It sells for $10 in other countries and $137 in the U.S. And that's coming down now to probably $15 or $18. They'll go up to 18. I think that's pretty much right, Albert. It's not you, but they'll go up to 18, and we'll come down from 135 or whatever down to 18. I mean, that's a massive number. Remember, I was the one that held a news conference because I lowered drug prices by 1/4%. I think it was 1/8 of 1%, but it was the only one in 28 years that brought drug prices down for the year. But it was a very small number. Now we're talking about.
Oh my gosh, you guys are doing a measuring contest of some sort in chat here. This guy's saying, see, you pay $1,000 a week in taxes. Reverse math. I don't even want to try to reverse math that. But you're saying you pay $52,000 a year in taxes. My rough estimate would be you make about 100. If you pay $50,000 a year in taxes, you probably make about $150 a year, right? About $150K a year. That's like, I don't know, just some, maybe am I in the ballpark?
About you're going to see one over 1,000%. Look at these numbers. So
I have to ask what you do.
And this has a big impact, even on the discussion that we'll have with Chuck Schumer, who was here yesterday, along with a very nice gentleman who I didn't really know. You know who I'm talking about. The two of them came, and we had a good discussion, and we're going to see what happens. But this has a huge impact on that because these numbers are going to bring.
CDL, really? I know you can make some money with the CDL. Really though? 150K? Do you like own your truck or something, or like how does that? That's really good.
Medicaid. We talk about Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. Obamacare is not good. It's not. It's there, but relative to other healthcare programs, it's in the lower 20%. It's not good. And I asked the Democrat representatives, "What do you think about coming up with a better healthcare?" This actually allows.
And Jason, you're a certified wind turbine technician. Interesting. Y'all lucky. I pay quarterly and even out at the end of the year. Not fair. So if you're paying quarterly, because people that pay quarterly, you have like a lot of revenue, right? Or you own a business. Because most people don't pay quarterly, right? Like, who are the people that pay quarterly?
Allows you to do that because the cost of prescription medicine is a big,
Business
I guess,
owner,
a very
okay.
big, more than 50% the cost of what we're talking about. So we might be able to do something like that. This is one of the biggest news conference from a medical standpoint that I think has ever been had
okay.
by any administration. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I'm curious, where are the other companies other than Pfizer? Are you expecting them to come later?
They're all with us. And I was honored to have Albert be the first. He's done a fantastic job with, as you know, with the COVID. He did a fantastic job with a lot of things. He's a leader, and Pfizer is right at the top. You know, it's there. Eli.
But you could, if you owned a business, do it at the end of the year, right? Is it just easier and keeps things more organized if you do them quarterly? Or are you actually supposed to pay quarterly?
Lilly has been fantastic also, your friend, my friend. And they're all coming in over the next week. We're making deals with all of them. And I said, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to tariff them an extra 5, 6, 7, 8%, whatever the difference is, and we'll take it that way. So we took away the advantage by the fact that we have tariffs. We took away the advantage that they would have of just saying no, and we couldn't do anything about it. If they do that, what we do is we'd put a tariff on them of an equivalent amount, and we take it that way. And nobody wants to play that game. So they're going to be, they're all going to be good. We didn't have to mention that to Albert. Well, maybe I whispered it to him very slightly. You know, we had to give ourselves a little bit of an advantage. But no, but the tariffs played a big role because they know that's what's going to happen.
Chair, you mentioned the tariff, the exemption of the 232s, but can you share a timeline for when we can expect the results of that 232 investigation?
Let Howard answer that question, please.
Sure. So while we're negotiating with these companies, we're going to let them play out and finish these negotiations because they are the most important thing to the American people. So we are standing by, helping and working with them. But the driver of the 232 outcomes is our HHS team because, I mean, look what they've accomplished today. So we are on their side helping them, but that is the model that's going to drive.
And you have to understand, Albert's spending $70 billion that he wouldn't be spending because of the tariffs, let's say, and other reasons. I think he liked the winner of November 5th, in all fairness, but because of the tariffs. And
Okay.
That wouldn't happen. He's not going to pay any
It
tariffs.
sounds like some of y'all are balling. Now, it also depends on your cost of living, right? Because you might live in a very expensive place. So you might make a lot, but then also not be left with a lot of disposable income. But that aside for a second, are you happy with the work that you do, right? Because making a lot of money, a good thing, obviously. Or it can be a positive thing, right? But are you happy with your work?
Tariffs. Because when he moves here, there are no tariffs. So he won't be paying tariffs. That's the beauty of it. If you move here, there are no tariffs. And we have over $17 trillion, Albert. You believe these numbers? So Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have over 17 trillion for essentially 8 months. Pretty amazing.
When will prices come down, Mr. President? When can
Immediately. They're going to start coming down. Drug prices? Well, they'll be starting immediately. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you speak to what impact you think this reduction in drug prices will have on midterms coming up?
I think it's going to have a huge. I said, if we can pull this off before midterms, I've wanted to do it from the beginning, from my first day in first term. And we were doing so well. We had the greatest economy we've ever had. Everything was good. And then we're ready to do this, which is complex and big. It's a big change.
You said you love your job. Very good. Brock says, Yosh Hilarious, the moment you don't pay rent is the moment you feel comfortable. Are you speaking to ownership, like land ownership or home ownership? I've been trying to explain this to people in my life because, not to get too side railed here, but I've been looking at land, okay? Undeveloped, stupid, cheap land. Really cheap, but you got to take a dirt road into the middle of like the desert, okay? But I'm like, it would be cool to buy this little plot because it's mine. And if I wanted to park a camper on it or something and just exist out there, I could do that, pay the pennies in taxes, and just be good. Now, sure, there's no electricity and, water. And okay, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to figure out. But I keep imagining there's a freedom to it. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a dream or something. But it's just this idea I've been toying with. And when I talk to people about it, they're like, bro, that's ridiculous. Why would you want to go out there? What's the point? And I'm like, yeah, I know what you mean, but it could be cool. I don't know.
But what happened is COVID came, and we focused on COVID. We focused on COVID very hard with Albert, with the other companies, with everybody. Regeneron was a great thing. You know, we did a lot of therapeutics that were fantastic. And so we focused on that. And I said, if I pull this off again, the first thing I'm going to do, and you know, we've been working on this really for 8 months. This is a very big deal. This is a big shock to the system. But it's not as much as I said. They're going to go up. The world is going to go up a little bit. We're going to come down a lot. But now it's fair. We're going to be paying the same thing. Yeah, please.
Trump, in your first term, when you cut the price of insulin, Biden later came in. He tried to...
Okay. I know anytime I bring up property and stuff, look, I have the same criticism. Yeah, if you're paying taxes on something your whole life, or the whole time you have it, is it really yours if it could be taken away if you stop paying for it, right? Yeah, obviously, we could have that whole conversation. When I say pennies, I was just looking up, because some of these plots were like $500, $1,000, $1,500. And I was looking up, like, how much would you pay in property tax, right? And I swear it was saying like $50 a year or less. I'm just saying, when I say pennies, that's pennies, right?
Steal credit for that. Do you think that...
Not literal pennies, but, yeah. I mean, unless you have a lot of pennies.
Do you worry that the Democrats are going to try to steal credit for these historic cuts?
I really appreciate your question, because I did. I cut the price of insulin down to $35. And the problem is with many of these things, and in this case it's going to be pretty quick, but oftentimes you'll do something medically because of the process, and it won't be seen for 2 or 3 years.
Yo, I'm peeping you there, Dirty Money. Try not to be silencing too many people. I know. Why do you have an issue with people bringing up the Epstein files, Dirty? Come on now. I think release the Epstein files is fine. If they make a wall of spam, obviously, right? You know, get a little silence, but
that happened also with I could say 4 different things, but just if you talk about insulin, so it was 200, 300, 500, and you couldn't get.
You know what? No, the Creative Boys, you did ask for that one because you did it right after he did it. Let's give it 10 seconds. Okay, Dirty Money. You gotta let them say release the Epstein files. I mean, it's literally in my poll, okay? That was funny. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of funny. But come on, guys. We gotta be reasonable. We gotta be unbiased. If I have to moderate the moderators, it kind of defeats the point of the moderators to a certain extent, right?
Get it, and I got it down to 35. And I said, I hope I win the next election, because otherwise whoever wins is going to take credit for it. Well, what happened is we did win the election. We did great. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way from a practical standpoint. And Biden, when I saw him get up and take credit for the $35.
Okay, somebody, Marion, you said you've already seen the files in Telegram years ago. If you still have those files and you want to drop them in the Black Hole Discord, you can go ahead and do that. We'll pull those files right up on screen. I think that would be some really cool breaking news. I mean, guys, breaking the files. But I want to go over them first and make any redactions that have to be made. Of course, we're trying to protect the victims, guys. All right?
Even less insulin. That was 1,000% lower than what it was just previous. Boy, I tell you, I didn't like it. So I did the best I could to let them know we did it, because we want to be given credit. But we are the ones that got insulin down to that number. And you're right. They tried to take credit for it. They had nothing to do. In fact, they didn't even know what happened. All of a sudden, the insulin price kicked in at $35. And they asked Biden about it. He had no idea what the hell they were talking about. But after they explained, and they didn't really explain to him because he was not capable really of understanding it. But when they went out and talked about it, they acted like it was a great feat by Biden. It had nothing to do with him. And it continues, and we'll get it down even further. But insulin was, people weren't taking it, I would imagine. They couldn't take it. God bless you, Bobby. I hope I didn't catch COVID just there.
You've got help.
Don't you have Paxlovid? What is it?
I have it here.
He's got Paxlovid. give me a Paxlovid immediately.
While Nancy Pelosi is ignoring what you're doing for the American people, she's going after your administration for cutting taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens. Last night,
Who's doing that?
Nancy Pelosi, she went on NBC last night, dropped a bunch of F-bombs, told Republicans to go F themselves. Has she lost her mind?
We have done an unbelievable job medically. Just this, if you did nothing else, we've done a lot like the insulin, but just this, nobody can ever catch this. This is the biggest price reduction times, maybe 10 times, 15 times than has ever been given before. And this is going to have a huge impact. You know, as I said, Obamacare is not a good thing. It's been bad. And I'd like to make it better. I told them, I spoke to a lot of people, a lot of Democrats recently. I said, why don't we change it? We can make Obamacare much better. We could come up with a new system that would be much better, less expensive for the people and better. This is maybe the biggest breakthrough because, you know, when you're talking about the prescription drugs, that's a big part of it. So we're going to look. This is prescription, but we're going to be looking at that. We could come up and through this whole thing, you know, because I don't know, we'll probably have a shutdown because one of the things they want to do is they want to give incredible Medicare, the Cadillac Medicare to illegal immigrants.
Cadillac Medicare. Is he going to start saying that? This is the first time I've heard him use Cadillac Medicare. Oh, Lord. Here we go.
Incredible Medicare, the Cadillac Medicare to illegal immigrants. And what that does is it keeps them coming into our country, and like they do in California. And no country can afford that. No country. And we have the border stopped up. We have it closed. We have nobody for 4 months. Zero people came in. That wasn't me. That's by the authorities who happen to be liberally oriented. But just think of that. We have people offering health care to people all over the world that they can't afford to pay, and that's the Democrats. And what that does is it brings people into the country because they want to come in for the health care. But no country can afford it, and they can't afford it. So we cannot allow them to charge tremendous amounts of money for health care for people that aren't even citizens. And in many cases, they come in from prisons, jails, and mental institutions. And we can't let that happen. So we have a big fight over that. We have a fight over open borders. They still want open borders. We're having a fight over men and women's sports, if you believe it. You would have thought they would have learned that it's not a good issue. And we have a fight in transgender, as you know, transgender for everybody. And that, when you talk medically, that's a lot of money, too. That's a lot of, those operations are bad. So those things are also being discussed right now. I mean, can you imagine we're actually talking about open borders, and we now have a great border, and we have a great country. Our country was dead 1 year ago. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Big difference, yeah.
What does it say about the state of the Democrat Party when they have a 33% favorability rating on average in recent months, and they're willing to shut down the government over health care?
They are shutting it down. We're not shutting it down. We don't want it to shut down because we have the greatest period of time ever. I told you, we have $17 trillion being invested, so the last person that wants it shut down is us. Now, with that being said, we can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like. And you all know Russell Vought. He's become very popular recently because he can trim the budget to a level that you couldn't do any other way. So they're taking a risk by having a shutdown because of the shutdown, we can do things medically and other ways, including benefits. We can cut large numbers of people out. We don't want to do that, but we don't want fraud, waste, and abuse. And, you know, we're cutting that. But they want to have illegal aliens come into our country and get massive health care at the cost to everybody else, and we don't have it. And that's I would say, the number one reason that they want to strike is to get illegal immigrants health care. And, you know, Gavin Newsom wants that, too, in California, and it's destroying California. We can't have that. We're not going to let it happen.
Do you have a plan for dealing with drug companies that are responding to MFN only by raising prices overseas as opposed to lowering prices in the U.S.?
No, they're responding. I understand that question very well, but they're responding by lowering prices. They're helped by lowering prices. There's a price at which they can't sell, and they're helped by lowering prices. In the case of Albert and in the case of Eli Lilly, the fact is our prices are coming down massively. You see, that's just a few of the basics, but they're coming down much more than that with many drugs, and over 1,000%. Think of that, over 1,000% reduction. And we'll show you that next week because we have some of them on the board next week where you have over 1,000% price reduction. Now, what's going to happen is you're going to have the market will kick in. This way, the market kicks in. The other way, it was just basically it was just a form of control. You were stifling the market. Yeah.
At this point, is a shutdown inevitable? And how would you describe the negotiations with Democrats yesterday? Are more meetings scheduled?
So nothing is inevitable, but I would say it's probably likely because they want to give health care to illegal immigrants, which will destroy health care for everybody else in our country. And I didn't see them bend even a little bit when I said we can't do that.
What throws me off about this is like, let me take this at face value. Let's say this is true. Let's say the Democrats are like, hey, we need you to come to the table on this. We need health care for illegal immigrants. Well, that throws me off because if somebody was an illegal immigrant and then you knew they were an illegal immigrant and stuff, like, wouldn't you be deporting them anyway? I believe in health care in the sense of like anybody that shows up to an emergency room or an ambulance or what have you with a bullet hole, we should treat them. Anybody should be treated. Emergency, life-saving care for everybody. I don't really care about your status, right? But when it comes to like healthcare, wouldn't that be more of a, in a lot of cases, for preventative measures? But you would only have that sort of insurance and preventative measures if you were staying here. So I don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing to be like, well, no, they need healthcare. Well, it's like, of course, they need healthcare in the sense of, emergency services and everything. You can't let people die, obviously. But if the whole idea is to deport them, like, why would you be fighting for them to have insurance? Like, I don't know. It's just kind of throwing me off. So this is like his spin on it or his take on it. Not necessarily saying it's spin, but I need to hear what the Democrats are saying in terms of this. Like, what are the Democrats saying? Like, what's the government shutdown, right? And how bad is a government shutdown? I feel like every year there's a government shutdown, or like there's a government shutdown averted,
Okay.
Can I ask a question of Dr. Oz, Administrator Oz? If there is no deal reached on the Obamacare subsidies with the Democrats, is there anything that CMS can do to lower those, to mitigate the increases of those Obamacare subsidies?
Wait, some people said migrants get, I mean, yeah, migrants are good, right? I mean, that's fine, right? If you're here, I mean, you need healthcare, right? If you're living here and doing all that stuff, right? But if they're trying to deport people, then they wouldn't be worrying about giving those people healthcare because they're not going to be here. You know what I mean? I think this is where I'm getting a disconnect here.
Not really, but we have time. We have time till the end of the year to make the changes I know the president is evaluating, but we should have a clean continuing resolution, get past this budget process as it has happened so many times, and allow the president and leadership some freedom to be able to put some good ideas in front of.
Wait, when people say migrants, are you guys talking, okay, well, what is a migrant, right? When you say migrant, I just kind of assumed like legal immigrant or something, like they're here on like some work visa or something like that. I don't know. Or do you mean a legal immigrant?
Legislative bodies.
Mr. President, undocumented immigrants.
We actually do have.
So they even make the distinction, undocumented immigrant, right? I mean, there's like a distinction here, right?
Time for that.
They're not eligible for the health care subsidies that Democrats are demanding. So can you clarify what are you talking about when you say Democrats want to protect their health care?
Here we go.
When an illegal person comes in, a person who came into our country illegally, therefore breaking the law. And look, we all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than you do.
Sure. Oh my God.
They're all.
We're not doing heart measuring contests. Okay, I'm sorry.
Breaking the law, and they're coming into our country. And we just, as a country, cannot afford to take care of millions of people who have broken the law coming in. We want them to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally. Now we have a strong border, very strong border, thanks to Chris.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry. I know how his answers go. we were just asking this question, and I want an answer to it.
Steve and Tom Holman and the whole group, they've done an amazing job at the border. I mean, we had a border that was reckless. We had a border that was a disaster. They were coming in by the millions. I say 25 million people. You're saying less, but I say 25 million people came in illegally. And no system can take care of the health care of all of those people that came in. Now, a lot of them have gone out. We have over 11,000 murderers. We got many of them out. Many of those people have been taken out of the country, brought back to where they came from. In some cases, put in prison because they're so dangerous. We don't want to take them out. We have to watch them. We don't want them coming back. But if you look at what's happened in Washington, D.C. right now, it is such a place. I just drove through it, and it's clean and nice and beautiful, and people are walking around, and they're not afraid of being mugged.
I'm sorry. I was so excited because, like, I love when I'm asking a question, and then boom, they're like answering the question, or the reporter or journalist is asking the question that we're asking right now. And I'm waiting for him to answer the question, and we're doing he's doing the weave, okay? He calls it the weave. And man,
through it. And it's clean and nice and beautiful, and people are walking around, and they're not afraid of being mugged. We haven't had murders. We haven't had anything happen in a long time. It took us 12 days to make it very good. It took us 20 days to make it beautiful. And now we're going to Memphis. But I think we should always keep a presence here, because if we don't keep a presence, it's going to come back never like it was, because we got rid of 1,700 career criminals. You know what that is? One career criminal can give you a lousy reputation for danger, because they commit many crimes a day in some cases. But Washington, D.C. is an unbelievable example of what can happen. And now we're going, as you know, to Memphis, which was very similar to Washington, very dangerous. And we're there, and we're working along very well with the governor, the mayor. A lot of these Democrat mayors, you know, what they don't want to have
Okay, XX says, Astra, the funding is for debt held by hospitals for health care they already gave to illegal immigrants without insurance. Hence, why it's important because our hospitals are failing at the moment. Or why the bill is important. Yeah, because our hospitals are failing. So, for healthcare they already gave. So are the hospitals expected to be reimbursed for that, or is he saying they kind of got to hold the bag on that one?
of us do well, because if we do well, it makes them look bad, and they shouldn't feel that way. If I were a Democrat and I was a governor or mayor, I'd be calling Trump. I'd say, get your troops over here, just help, because the mayor of Washington is getting a lot of credit for what we did, a lot of credit. But the beauty is, isn't it nice? Seriously, you walk down the street, you're not going to be mugged. You're not going to be hit. We had a meeting.
I swear the question was something along the lines of, the Democrats are saying that this isn't really about what you're saying it's about when it comes to the government shutdown, about giving illegals health care. And he's talking about the National Guard in D.C. and the murder rate. Sometimes he really weaves very wide and far. So I'm just trying to keep up.
Credit for what we did. A lot of credit. But the beauty is, isn't it nice? Seriously, you walk down the street, you're not going to be mugged. You're not going to be hit. We had a meeting about 3-4 months ago, and I was saying to the media, how many of you people have been...
Honestly, this is probably how some of y'all feel when I'm going on a random tangent.
Threatened or mugged or accosted during your walk to the White House. And they said, we don't walk to the White House anymore. But the answer was, remember, Brian, almost everybody's, look at this guy. They even attacked this big, strong guy, right? Didn't you get attacked? Did you? But, yeah, just take a look at the other guy, right? What happened to the other guy? I don't know. Those other guys are pretty tough. They're tough with a gun in their hand, right? And, you were hit.
It'd be crazy if it was like, well, it was actually a woman. But I got a few good licks in. You've never heard that. They're always like, oh, you should see the other guy. But imagine if somebody was like, well, you should see the other woman. It's like, wait, what?
Hit pretty hard.
I don't know. In my head, I'm thinking of it like a skit.
But almost everybody was. And now, nobody. Anybody been accosted in the last 3 weeks? If I would have said that 6 months ago, half the hands would have been raised out. No, we have a very safe city now. The country's going to be safe. We're doing one at a time, and we'll be going to Chicago. I told you this story. Union Pacific, head of the railroad. He knows this country very well. Started off as a very low-rung employee of the Union Pacific. He's now chairman. He came to me and he said, "Sir, save Chicago. It's a great city. It's going down fast." They had 11 people killed over the last couple of weeks. 11 people killed, 48 shot. That's not a city. That's a war zone. There's no city in the world like that. And then we have to listen to this Pritzker get up. I know him well. They threw him out of his business.
This is a long
the
answer.
family threw him out of the business because he's a loser. But we have to listen to Pritzker get up. He should call me and say, "Get the troops in." You ever hear that? 11 people over a week and a half killed. And I think it's 48, when you add it up, 48 people shot. And then I have to listen to a governor say how nice it is. It's a wonderful experience. Now, what is a wonderful experience is D.C. People are eating in the restaurants. They just opened 2 new restaurants, which hasn't worked in years. And we had it pretty good 4 years ago. We were just getting ready to do this, but we did it right. And, you know, we have a big victory in the Supreme Court. It's called merit. And so that includes the military. Our soldiers, did you see what they look like? These guys, they look like serious soldiers. They weren't playing games. And they went in there and they did a fantastic job. And Washington, D.C. is now a beautiful, safe city. The restaurants are thriving. The people are walking down the street holding their husband or their boyfriend's hand, and they're not worried about being raped or mugged or shot at. And it's been an amazing thing. And we'll do that in every city. We'll do them sort of one at a time. We'll do a couple at a time. And we have a tremendous force because, as you know, in recruitment numbers, when we put out, 2 years ago, when Biden would put out recruitment, nobody would join. Nobody wanted to be in the military. Nobody wanted to be police. It was just announced this morning. You probably saw my speech over with the military, with the generals, admirals. Record numbers of people signing up for the Navy, the Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. That was my baby. But we have record.
I forgot. Is he still answering the same question?
Numbers of people signing up. And that includes police department, fire department.
All right, I've given up on expecting an answer.
So, you know, it's been an amazing thing. Well, we're going to have another meeting next week on this. We have another great company coming in, similar kind of numbers.
Okay, whatever.
But we're going to show you some 1,000% drops in prices. There has never been anything like this in the history of medicine, and it's an honor. And Albert, I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody behind me, because you are a great team. We have a great team. Everybody says you have a great cabinet. It's a great team. So thank you, Bobby. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, wow. What do you guys think? Actually, what do we got in the poll? Okay, so release the file, 77% in the poll. 6% said yes. 6% said no. Somebody gave an interesting, well, the only response, if there's anybody that said no in the chat to the prompt, why do you think the files, the Epstein files, that is, if they exist, blah, 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 why do you think they shouldn't be released? I'm looking for, I don't know. That's like the oddball answer. So I'm curious about your reasoning for it. By the way, guys, if you like the Black Hole Radio experience here, please hit the like button. The overlords that run the algorithm, they like when you hit the like button. And we want to make the overlords happy, right? Well, we at least don't want them against us. But yeah. Hold up. We were supposed to. I was looking for Kamala Harris. We were going to compare Kamala Harris speaking to Trump speaking. That was like a whole thing we were feeling to do. And somebody was saying that Kamala Harris was like a better speaker than Trump. And I was like, well, we're going to have to listen and see. So I was looking for interviews with her. We haven't gotten around to that one yet. I saw people mentioning Portland and Antifa and stuff, and I've been curious about Portland. I've had a couple people in chat say they're from around that area. They say it's just fine. If everybody's in chat right now, that's in the area. Is it a war zone, as Trump puts it? I think he's probably exaggerating when he says it's like WW2. I think that's a bit much, but I'm not there, so maybe. You guys got to bear with me right now, though. This is the no sleep stream. We decided to go for one more round, right? And try to get through this announcement. So this is the chill mode of the stream for a moment. If you guys want, here's a link to the Discord. You could drop links there to, for me to bring up on stream. That way we can source some of your claims. Also, I try to get information from a bunch of different sources and whatnot. So. And sometimes you guys put me onto stuff quick, really quick. I feel like you'll send me something and I'm looking at it and then a few hours later it's trending and I'm like, whoa, some of y'all have your finger on the pulse, okay? And I appreciate that when you could share the, give me the inside scoop, so to speak. You can literally watch. Okay, I'm gonna look that up real quick. The webcams in Portland. Well, it's also like 6 a.m. I can't imagine people are out at 6 a.m. doing anything crazy. It's 6 a.m. Like, who's got time for that? Alright, hold up. This is just not the vibe I'm going for right now.
Russia's actually second.
There's another one I wanted to play, but probably not gonna find it. Whatever. This is alright. Be sure to hit the sub, come back, check us out in the future. I'm still on, don't worry. Continue your chitter chatting, but we try to entertain all the viewpoints here. Just be reasonable, half decent people. Trolling is fine, memeing is fine. We're trying to build bridges, guys. The goal is to build bridges. Whether you're a Trumper, an anti-Trumper, communist, a capitalist, an anarchist. I'm curious about all of you guys. Me, I'm just a guy orbiting a black hole. I am the reflection of your negative. I think that's a good way to put it. I am just a reflection of your negative. Somebody says I run on brain rot. Oh my gosh. Listen, that could be fatal, all right? Be careful. All right, X, double X. He said he had the name before Elon Musk changed Twitter. You know what? I'll give it to you. Are you saying that Elon owes you royalties? He only used a single X, though. Anyway, take care, man. I hope you have a good day, good night. Stay safe out there. The world's crazy. Ooh, hope to see you back here soon. I'm trying to do this every day, guys. I'm here every day, except for when I'm not. So that's my schedule. I swear I'm going to actually post a schedule one day. Yo, Gangsta Buffy Buttons. Are you a vampire? Out of curiosity. I just see Buffy and I always think of Vampire Slayer. Or you were a Vampire Slayer, rather. Anyway, beside the point. This is alright. Because I needed to keep playing a playlist. Damn. This should work. Yeah, this should work. All right, I'm gonna run to use the bathroom, refill my cup, all the good stuff. Decide if I've got any more juice in the tank, any more gas in the tank, rather. This is a no sleep stream. Oh, you're not a vampire or a vampire slayer. Okay. Good to know. Like I said, we invite all sorts of different people, you know, into the black hole here, get sucked in. I just, you know, we might have some vampires here, so I was just checking for them. I'm sorry, I just, you know, my throat just did all that in the mic. I really like jelly donuts. Like jelly-filled donuts. And it's funny because I'll be like, oh, I like jelly-filled donuts. And people are like, I don't like those. How do you not like that? It's all like, it's good. Jennifer Camera. Welcome. Or sorry, Camara. Welcome to the Black Hole Experience. A lot of you are brought here by the algorithm late at night scrolling because you can't sleep. I'm here because I can't sleep. So I'm glad to have us all here together. It's really nice. Yeah, sure, we do the politicking, and that could get heated. We bump heads, but I enjoy the conversations. Trying to make sense of it all and everything. It does chill out here though, guys. Like, this is a pretty chill moment, right? I think there's a lot of common ground to be had. No, you don't even like donuts. Whoa, so you're a complete... Wow. Your name's Jelly Donut and you don't even like donuts. Especially jelly donuts. You're a self-hating jelly donut. Wow. You're the first one I've met, I have to say. Good people. See, you like jelly donuts. Good people. All right, though. Give me a sec. I'm gonna get myself right here. On Black Hole Radio. Grape jelly donuts are where it's at. I'm totally with you. I'm way too internet brained because at first I read grape and then there's only one kind of jelly and that's great. And my internet brain just read that completely different and I'm like, what are you talking about? That is a very, very edgy joke. But then I realized it's not euphemistic language, which I've gone on rants before about euphemistic language. Cooked fruit is nasty. I don't like fruit chunks in my ice cream, or if I'm eating yogurt, I don't like them in my yogurt. There's something weird because I just feel like they're old. Even though they're frozen, I feel like they're old and they get soggy as it warms up, and the consistency just completely throws me. "48 Hours in Portland" by Undivided. All right, I'm gonna type that up. Oh, I got my coffee brewing right now. But I'll type it up. Appreciate you. Like I said, it's a no sleep stream. When I get tired though, it's hard for me to switch from one topic to another when I'm tired, I swear. Where's your message? Apparently it's hard for me to read as well. Oh, there we go. Video Portland Special Forces. Okay. Or sorry, Special Report. What is wrong with me? 48 Hours in Portland. All right. 48 Hours in Portland. I'm just looking at their channel real quick. Brandy Cruz delivers political coverage for people who aren't insane. Oh, I like it. I'm subscribing. I'm gonna pull them up and everything. I'm iffy about watching the video only because it's only 5 hours long. Or sorry, 5 hours ago it was posted. And I don't know. I feel like there's a streamer etiquette, right? And I try to, I don't know, I try not to react to things that are too fresh. But it depends on the source, right? Like if it's news, or from the White House or something, it doesn't matter. But if it's a creator, you know, I try to give it time before reacting or something, right? That way it has time to get its own views. But at the same time, I always try to shout them out and tell you guys to go subscribe. So I don't know. It's like a balancing act. Trying to be respectful, you know? Sleep is for the weak. Exactly. Yeah, raw carrots are pretty solid. Why didn't you go to sleep? I've been here all night. Oh, you might be talking to somebody else though. You said what happened last night or overnight. I need a weekly reader. I'm dating myself. Wait, what? I'm so confused. But sometimes I realize what you guys are saying like 2 minutes after I read your comment, so. Carrots. With a little honey drizzled on it and cinnamon. Do you bake it or is it just raw? This is compelling stuff. I might have to give that a try. Honey, cinnamon, throw it on a pan, put it in the oven. I think if you take brown sugar and butter and you throw that in the oven, it'll make like a candy. I remember doing that as a kid. Or maybe it was because of like our yams or something. We made something and I don't know, like the brown sugar would like turn into, I don't want to say crystals, but it would just turn into like candy. I sound tired, I know. Like, I need to post my new emojis, and then you guys could use the no sleep emoji for when I'm like this. I'm just proud of myself. I haven't fallen asleep, which I don't do on stream. Okay, I simply inspect my eyelids. But I have gotten dangerously close recently. Tragic, because I know once I kill this one, I'm probably not going to be on until later. You probably have to get at least a few hours of sleep and, you know, touch grass, tend to things. But such is life. Yeah, I've already downed so much coffee and everything. I'm good. I just could only, like, multitasking, I think. I slow down with multitasking. So, for example, I would love to play some Fallout, right? Hang out, chit-chat with y'all, maybe even play a video. But trying to pay attention to a video, pay attention to a video game, and pay attention to chat while, like, flipping through things, when I get tired, it's just, I kind of want to just chill and chat with y'all when I'm like this. Or if I play a game, I'm just going to be, like, so locked into the game. So, just hard to, generally just gets hard to multitask. At least effectively. But sometimes I get a second and a third wind, so. I'm glad we did the extra stream. I should be making my coffee right now. It's done. I just need to stir it and stuff. Stir it and stuff. I don't know what I'm saying. But you know what I mean. I gotta finish preparing it, but... I'll say to do something, I don't know. Let me, like, rearrange my room a little bit or just move a chair. I need to be able to put my legs up. I love this chair. This chair is so beat. I don't want to part with it. Do they make comfortable chairs for sitting here for like 10 or 12 hours at a time? I feel like there's just no way. I just gotta get up and stretch. Kind of want to get like a camera set up so I can walk around the room. I told some of y'all guys, oh my gosh, the other stream, I was telling you guys this idea. You guys know those, they're generally in workshops. They're used up for like compressor hoses and, oh Lord, what is that? Oh, okay. Compressor hoses, maybe extension cords, and it rolls them up and you could like unroll them. It generally hangs from the ceiling. I want that for the microphone, kind of like a boxing ring announcer or whatever, just hanging from the ceiling. I think that'd be so cool. And then it retracts, right? It's been on my mind. It's been on my mind. I've yet to, I was gonna try to do like a ghetto rigging of it. See how that works first. But I need to purchase a longer cord. I think that'd be very cool though. Sorry, I'm just babbling now, but it is what it is. I might get another bowl of potato soup as well. I'm not gonna lie. Because that stuff is great. A spring-loaded reel. Yeah, exactly. My only concern is just making sure it wouldn't fling all the way back up because it might break the microphone. But yes, that would be really cool. And I want to see about that. So. But I need to get some more cords. It's one of my next things I'm gonna try for this. Because I realized I like having the microphone really close because it I don't know, it just picks up everything beautifully. For the longest time, I had the microphone far away and I turned the gain up really high. But I think that gave subpar audio quality. Yeah, stopper. So yeah, so no, I see what you're saying, yeah. Okay, but another, okay, so, and not to get, you know, too extra with it, but if it's on a track, that would be really cool because I would like to be able to get up from the desk and then walk around my room. I have another camera and I've tried setting it up before, but to have another shot in the room and then have like different places in the room that we hang out. So it's something I'm kind of working on. Yeah, anyway, but okay, sorry, the track is so I could walk around the room and it would stay above me, you know what I mean? Because if I were to walk away from it, it wouldn't be hanging anymore. You know, I think you get what I'm saying. I can't imagine why delicate words and a microphone who have issues. Oh, delicate chords and a microphone who have issues. That's how I store my... No, exactly. How you store your... Exactly. Oh, a cordless mic. I don't know, guys. There's just something about... I don't know. I like my mic. A cordless mic. I mean, I would have... I mean, as long as there's no latency, right? Maybe I like the aesthetic. I don't know. I guess I could do a cordless mic. I guess. Yeah, I could do a clip-on mic. I'll think about it. I like the aesthetic of like the hanging mic and everything, and I like the mic I have, but I could try the clip-on mic. I'll think about it. When I go out in the world and whatnot, because I would like to do like interviewing people and maybe going to protests and just like, you know, doing interviews and stuff. Like the clip-on mic would obviously be a go-to then. Or like a, you know, wireless mic. Yeah, it's so funny. I have not a single time thought of a cordless mic, and multiple of you were like, hey, what about a cordless mic? Aesthetics are way more important than functionality. I mean, obviously this functions well, right? Or at least I mean, I like how it functions now. It's just being able to get up and move around. I can't really, I mean, I could do that. Like I said, here, look, I could turn up the gain, which I might not even need to do. And I could be like way back here talking to y'all, and I'm pretty sure you could hear me fine. But it's not the same, like when I'm up close, like, so this is what I sound like, right? No, this is what I sound like. I think it's a complete difference. Now, granted, I can't hear myself, so I don't know. I don't have my headphones plugged in. I'm just kind of talking. Yeah, it'll be just a convenience. I don't know. I think I am going to start just getting up during stream, though, and walking around while we listen to stuff. And what I'll do is, because I have like speakers, I'll probably mute the mic and let whatever's on, like we're listening to, play through the speakers, and then come back over, unpause and talk, because I want to be able to like stretch my legs. I sit here and I'm not trying to complain or anything, but it cannot be good to sit like this for so long. Yeah, I think I finally got the mic issues fixed, or at least in a better place. Yeah. I should probably actually go stir my coffee. Ugh. That might make me worry about this. Yeah, my knees start to kind of, it's weird. Like my knees start to hurt almost. I'm sitting here. I'm stretching right now, actually. Jeez. I have one spot I'm building up. It's supposed to be kind of like a couch. I just need more pillows because it's like kind of like a bed futon couch thing. And I was trying to build up that corner so I could lay down and watch stuff. And I was gonna get a microphone over there. Anyway, that's been on the back burner for a minute, but that's something I want to do. That way I could just lay down and stretch. That was also for a movie night idea I had, but that's complicated in the sense of I have to go through a service to license a movie, essentially, to be able to watch on stream, but I can't watch it on YouTube. It has to be Twitch. I still have yet to find a service that I could watch movies with y'all on YouTube. Because I think movie night watch parties would be really cool. But I don't want Universal or whomever to be sending me cease and desists or something. So it's funny you say that, Jelly. So yeah, I realized some of the streamers out there use standing desks, and you could tell that they're walking around their room when their camera's not on. And people are like, oh, they're using a standing desk, because I was in somebody's chat, and I was like, oh. And I didn't see the utility in a standing desk, but now I kind of get it. I do kind of get it. Good old coffee. Coffee. Yeah. I might have to think about that then. I'll definitely start with the standing thing. And yeah, my back, that's like the main issue with these gaming chairs. They have this little pillow and I try to put it behind my like the small of my back or whatever, or like the bottom of my spine or whatever, and it's just not really enough. So you see me like pushing out my chest and stuff. It's like I'm trying to stretch out my spine. I'm like, what the hell? So sometimes I put a pillow behind me and that helps, but it's just like it's not really comfortable to lay back in. And your calves are stronger. Ooh, good point. Oh my god, of asthma. Oh my gosh, I need to start working out. Hey, but I think that's just, listen guys, there's consequences, right? To putting in the grind in anything, right? So everything affects us differently. The grind as a streamer, you know, it takes its toll, I guess, in its own ways. Really, I just hate my posture sometimes because I've noticed I like to lean towards my microphone, so then I end up slouching. So getting it in a better position, I think getting a better arm for it would be good. Because my posture when I'm sitting here a lot of the time is trash. So I feel like I'm going to be like the Hunchback of Notre Dame or something soon. I take it he's not back to streaming yet. I haven't checked out his stuff in a minute. supine backstretch, fan stretch. You'll think, okay, I'll have to look those up. I got people trying to get me to do yoga. Nothing against it necessarily. I don't know why. I just haven't done it. But they're like, oh, you should go to yoga with me. And I'm like, meh, I got to stream. You know, like, what are we talking about? Can I stream it? All right, then we don't need yoga. I know, I'm like half kidding, but... You hate yoga. That's powerful. Wow, that's strong. Is there a reason? Is there like a negative association that you have? I gotcha, yeah. I know he's taking a break, which I can understand. It's tragic, you know? It's stupid, it's slow, and it's boring. I hate it. I need to try it. I mean, maybe doing it with somebody would be fun. I don't know. And some people tell me I need to meditate, which I do. I feel like I meditate, but in my own way. Maybe not in like the traditional sense. Every now and then I try to actively meditate, like sit down and, you know, actually meditate like that. But I think my meditation comes through listening to like instrumental music and stuff like that. And writing. And drawing. So, I guess guitar and piano. I suck at all these things I mentioned, but I'm interested and I do them, you know, on and off, some of them more so than others, and I kind of find that therapeutic. Yeah, I've never been too deep into chai lattes personally. I'm not super into chai. It's all right as a tea, but as a milk tea, like as a latte, it's not my favorite. When it comes to lattes, I like espresso. I like just straight espresso. Like, give me some espresso. Honestly, make that latte breve, you know what I'm saying? That half and half, steam that, steam it up. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about it now. I like my damn coffee thick, you know what I'm saying? My lattes. Anyway, only good thing about yoga is the pants and the way they make me look. Well, there you go. There you go. Yoga pants, I have to say, I don't wear yoga pants. I think I'd probably get too much attention if I did. But I have to say, I don't hate yoga pants, right? On other people, obviously. So... all right, guys, 10,000 subs, yoga pants stream. I'm just kidding. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Maybe some parachute pants. I love to wear clothes until they fall to rags. And like the shirt I'm wearing right now, I've had for probably 15 years. So I get a lot of use out of my stuff, and I probably have pants that have shrunk now. They're like joggers, but to the point that they're probably a little too tight. They're like sort of like pajama pants at this point, or just like around the, you know, around the space station pants, but they might be able to be confused with yoga pants. Free speech also means you can't return it. No takesies, backsies. Pristine biscuit back in the chat. Love to see it. I don't know what you're referencing. I mean, we're back to the free speech arguments or conversation, which I'm always down for. Oh, the 10K for yoga pants. Stop. Stop. No. No. Well, actually, you know what? I could do that because if I'm just sitting here, then you guys wouldn't even know, right? You guys wouldn't even see it. I wouldn't lie to you. I would never lie to you, right? But I could just be sitting here, so I could be wearing yoga pants right now, guys. Maybe I'll do like a 24-hour stream. That's like something I've been trying to work up to. Maybe I'll do that for 10K. I've done 12 hours or 14 hours, but never like 24 hours. And I guess it doesn't count if I fall asleep. Yes, the Canada. We're gonna have the Canada glasses since they are the second biggest demographic that tunes into the stream. I need to get more glasses though. So it would kind of be cool. I didn't realize the glasses were gonna be like a whole thing, to be honest with you. I just like the glasses that I wear. And the screens burn my eyes, and I don't know. I just like the glasses. But I was like, oh, you know what? I could get like a pair of glasses that represent each country or something, and that could be kind of neat. So far we only have Canada though. I also have some alien glasses. I really enjoy those, but it looks crazy on stream. I'm not gonna lie, you said sardonic, and I'm like, wait, what? What is sardonic? Sardonic describes a cynical and scornful form of mockery or humor, characterized by disdain and bitterness, often expressed through witty yet biting remarks. Oh wow, I'm gonna start using that, sardonic. I feel like I'm a bit like that. I'm trying to be less cynical. But, yeah. Sardonic, yes. A sardonic smile or sardonic laughter may be a smile or laugh that is contemptuous and bitter, rather than genuinely joyful. So like, kind of like a little smirk, right? Okay, that's funny. Liberia glasses that confuse people who don't know the difference between the... Oh, that'd be funny, yes. I am Sarah Dominic. Wait, what? Hold up. That might be a joke in itself or something, and I'm just not getting it, but I'm still gonna look it up. You say demonic? Okay, you're saying haha. You guys are laughing, so I'm probably missing the joke here. I typed in that and it's a play answer. Okay, yeah, cool. Because I do not think it's what I just pulled up. I just got a bunch of random pictures of, I'm assuming, people named Sarah. So remember, I live on brain rot. I'm gonna make a note of that. Jelly donut is a self-hating jelly donut. That's point 1. I think that's an important point. Point 2, lives on brain rot. One second, y'all. Whatever. Just turn it down a bit. Ah, damn it. You all left. Okay. All right. Well, appreciate y'all for tuning into the black hole. I'm out of here. Peace. Nah, I'm just playing. Oh, very good, Chupa. Nice. Get them ready. Get them on the bus. Oh, and Jelly hates yoga. That's right. Wait, sleeping? He says, a peaceful movie doing dishes. Stuck in the void, yes. I'm getting better at it though. I'm not gonna disappear for long periods of time. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I do sneak out and I go find a store. I drive down the street. There's been a couple times on stream I've taken y'all with me. I've like got on my phone. And you've got to experience Astralarius out in the world touching grass, which is sometimes just funny because, as you could imagine, man, like the 1 or 2 times I went out on stream, people had to mention my hair. Like I'm standing in line somewhere and then they want to start a conversation with me about my hair and I'm like, oh my gosh, the chat was loving it. It was just really funny to me. No bus. I take them to school on my motor. What? On your motorcycle? I mean, that's badass. I'm not gonna lie. Especially if I was a kid and I got to go to school on a motorcycle, that'd be super cool. Wow. Needless to say, be careful. All the good stuff, you know. Sending good energies, all the good stuff for a safe, positive ride. Jelly has twin girls, teens. Very nice, twins. And they like look alike. I knew some, so when I was really young, we had twins at one of our schools. They looked identical. They were triplets. You could kind of tell them apart though. Like 2 of them looked really similar, but one stood out. Would drive me insane. Oh, very good, very good. Okay, nice, nice. Some cyclists in my circle. And, yeah. It's a beautiful thing. On your neck, on your back. I'm a nun. What? We're representing the Canadian viewers for a moment. I'm gonna fix my lighting eventually. I kind of like the soft, like pink purplish though. But I need to soften that up to make it, I don't know, more normal colors. I mean, it is kind of the glow that the black hole kind of gives off. I mean, the room is just kind of this color. I mean, I don't know what to do about it, but we're gonna figure that out. I subscribe to Undivided though. I might give that one a watch. I'll definitely, if I don't watch it on stream, I'll do it on my own time. Yo, Steven Crowder went out and did, it looks like male privilege is a myth. Is that real? So he was doing a change my mind. Oh no, I'm sorry. Never mind. This is him replaying his stuff. Okay. You just need like 4 bicolor flex light shining on you from all directions. Fix the lighting right up. Yeah, I've got this ring light here. And I don't know, I've been messing with different things, but yeah. Need to get that straight. Possibly a camera upgrade as well. All in due time, all in due time. I kind of want to get into some... Yeah, you know, I kind of want to get into some spooky stuff or something. Some paranormal, spooky, out there stuff. If you're not familiar with the Y-Files, I kind of feel like watching the Y-Files. It's a beautiful way to end things off here. I don't think my brain is capable of gaming right now. If you guys are unfamiliar, which if you've been here on the regular, then you've seen the Y-Files. But Y-Files is a fantastic channel for people, how do they put it? People who are fascinated, obsessed with mysteries, myths, legends, and conspiracies. We, them, tell stories, seek the truth, and have a few laughs along the way. Really amazing channel. Really, really amazing channel. And I love catching their stuff with y'all. That's my boy. Liberally challenged. I love it. I love it. That's a great name. Black Magic 17K. Let me see here. Black Magic 17K. Oh, wow. Oh, what the fuck? Get out of here. Yo, listen, guys. Yo, you're funny. You are funny. If anybody wants to donate a, what is it? Yeah, super affordable. Let me tell you. Yeah, if anybody has a Black Magic 17K lying around, and you wanna support the Black Hole Radio broadcast, go ahead and send it. You know, I'll open a PO box right now, which I'm actually supposed to do, but it's beside the point. What the hell are we talking about? It's just so funny because the cheapest one is, I guess, not that bad. It's 3,700, which is still, you know, I'm saying relatively far outside of my price range. But the first ones that popped up, 110,000, 24,000, 26,000. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm just happy it's not a potato. I'm not on a potato. That is just some craziness. Oh, I was expecting, I don't know, like a few $100 camera or something. I was like, oh, I've never heard of that. I can see why. I can see why. They know not to advertise that to me. They know that's a waste of their advertising dollars. But hey, I like throwing the algorithm off. Now it's gonna think I'm interested in this. Which I am, but I'm not. You know what I mean? It's sort of like window shopping. Oh, that's funny. I almost broke my neck looking at that price tag. Anyway. This is nice and it's beautiful. I guess it is morning time for a lot of y'all if you're on the East Coast. I don't know. I'm not really feeling this. Emo, electronic trap, no copyright. I'm not saying I'm feeling emo, but I don't know. Maybe I am. Oh, let's close some of this. We've already got through. Hey, we got through a decent amount of stuff, actually. I'm proud of us. Oh, have we done Conplan 8888? Yo, this one's really good. I don't know if we've done that. I've mentioned it on stream though. Oh, I kind of want to do Complan 8888. I think that'll be a fun way, or a fun one. I was gonna say end it off on, but wait, what time or how long have I been on here? Real quick, just out of curiosity. Oh, this one's only been 2.5. That's not bad. Yeah, I think Complan 8888. We didn't do Kamala Harris. Oh my gosh, I'm so politicsed out. Christopher dropping the stuff. We watched your stuff you sent on Discord. This clip, I think I saved this. I liked it. I kind of want to download this clip and save it. I really like this clip. A lot of people say like Charlie Kirk is homophobic or was homophobic and stuff like that. I showed this clip before on stream, and you know, it would appear to me that he's not homophobic. From what I gathered from this. Now you could say, well, he's just saying that because he's out in public. Whatever. I could really only go off of people's public statements and how they, present themselves publicly, right? I can't psychoanalyze everything. Unless if I'm outside their window or something, or like, stalking them maybe, right? But I mean, most of us are working with the same information, so I try not to be too judgmental, right? I like to assume good faith. Like start from that. Like I'm cautious, sort of in the middle, but I want to believe that people are operating in good faith, right? So anyway, this is a really good clip. I don't know if I've shown y'all. Obviously that. Okay, cool. Very good. The live files. You said you should see the lenses. I don't even want to see the lenses. I already know. I can't afford the lenses, okay? Let me see the lenses. Where are the lenses? Also very, oh yeah, $2,000. Wow, this one's 26,000. Oh no, I'm sorry. I think that's for everything but the lens. The funniest thing is I would probably need somebody to operate the camera at that point. That would be such overkill. All right, we're switching to the OGs. The OGs. I didn't realize I have a lot of glasses, actually. The bag's under my eyes. I don't think I'm going to show them right now. Just realized I don't show my eyes that much.
This episode of the Live Files is brought to you by Factor.
AJ is the host of this channel. Hosts it with Hecklefish. Fantastic bunch. Awesome community. You guys, you really got to check them out. For real, for real. I always like to give credit here. These people put in a lot of work. A lot of work to make their stuff happen and make super, super, like top tier content. I'd say this is a top tier, S tier content channel.
Staff Sergeant Ryan Martinez was the BDOC desk sergeant on duty at Offutt AFB, a few miles south of Omaha, Nebraska. He sipped cold coffee, updated the blotter, and checked in with patrols. Reports confirmed the monitors. RC-135 sitting dark in the flight line, guards walking posts, and perimeter fences quiet. At 0400, this was routine. Martinez was fighting a yawn when the klaxon fired up. Then an announcement. Alarm red, perimeter breach. Martinez checked the cameras. A wave of shadows was stumbling across the field toward thousands of on-base personnel and their families. Then he saw them. The shadows were people, or at least they used to be. The loudspeaker barked commands to halt. The horde kept coming. Flares went up. Warning shots were fired. The horde kept coming. Then came the command Martinez never expected to hear. Weapons free. Gunfire erupted. Thousands of rounds creating a wall of sound and smoke and steel. Bodies fell. The entire base held its breath. A few seconds later, the bodies rose again, and the horde kept coming. Martinez tore through a cabinet searching for the protocols no one took seriously, remembering the training no one thought necessary. Every soldier at Offutt was prepared for this exact scenario, outlined in a military document most Americans had never heard of. Con Plan 8888. The Pentagon's guide for surviving a zombie apocalypse.
Boom. There are plans, apparently, for surviving a zombie apocalypse. Military plans. What I like about the Y-Files, if you're unfamiliar, is they go through the myth, the conspiracy, whatever, telling the story, like really giving you that narrative. And then at the end, they poke holes in it, or they tell you what's true, what's not, or kind of what they think about it, what they feel about it. Some things are kind of disappointing at the end because you're like, oh man, I thought there was something to this. Some things there actually seems to be something to, or it could be, you know, debated. This one is just, I found really interesting. There's a lot of implications to this one. But yeah, Con Plan 8888. What plans in case zombies, you know, appear or something? That's crazy. Yes, Jelly, exactly. That's literally how I rise.
And tonight, the plan goes operational.
That's probably going to be me today at this point, actually. Bam! The Y-Files. They're awesome. Truly inspirational.
I will find.
They generally go into this where they, you know, do their sponsor and everything, and you guys could definitely go check them out. But, you know, Hecklefish here. Ah, damn it.
Letting you. Gotta try the.
Hecklefish. Hecklefish has grown on me over time. All right.
The whole 9 yards. So I improvised.
But this is generally where they do their, like, you know, sponsor and everything. After they sell you on that really good hook. All right.
The plan.
Political conspiracies for 30 years. All right, you're in the right place. Get sucked into the black hole. All right.
Sergeant Martinez pulled from that.
All right. Before we continue on, though, one moment. All right, what I'm gonna do is go boom. I keep clicking the wrong buttons. I'm hungry, so give me 1 sec. I'm gonna warm up one more bowl of potato soup. You said Factor's a waste of money? Is it? It's one of those meal ones, right? Look, my man's making his money. I can't say one way or the other, right? I've had a meal service thing. It was like a subscription, or it was like a 3 months free, or like 3 months for the price of 1 month. I don't know. It was some sort of special, and it was cool. It showed up, and you know, you cook the food and everything. However, the price point for how many meals you got seemed a little crazy to me. Like you were really paying a lot because it wasn't enough food At least what we had, it wasn't enough food to eat 3 meals a day, 7 days a week. So I could see the use case for it, but meat paprika is cheaper and really not that hard. Yeah, right. So I just need to remember when I get ground beef, either to freeze it or to cook it. It's kind of my problem. You have been a political conspiracy since you were 3. Oh my gosh. We don't know how old liberally challenged is. Listen, we looked at the demographics earlier, right? There's obviously a pretty even split, I guess, of age ranges, but it does lean or skew older here. Yeah, pre-cook and freeze tons of stuff. You started around 17. Quick maths. Carry the 1. Divide by 3.14. Okay, so you are roughly in your 40s. $47. Well, that's not old, right? They say that's, what is that called? You call that middle age, right? 48. Okie dokie. 48 times you've been around the sun. What's it like? I'm roughly 20 years behind you. I'm hot. Oh my gosh, I love it. All right, let me refill. Let me heat up my damn potato soup, make that hot. I still have half a cup of coffee. I'm not going to add any more because, you know, when you start to really be able to feel your heart beating, it's probably a sign to pump the brakes. But let me grab that. And then we're going to get into Complant 8888. We need to know what we're going to do during a zombie apocalypse. So, what to expect. It's very important. Very important stuff. Really need better organization. All right. We have warmed up our soup. Don't go, I have nothing left. Oh my gosh. Just kidding. Dude, sometimes you gotta make sure you don't get a DVT. Wait, DVT? What's a DVT? I really do wonder if those in the files are exactly the same ones who constantly say, quote, if you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to hide. Oh my gosh, we do still have that that poll running, right? Which I think we kind of know how that ended. Yeah. I think you were here for this. I mean, I've probably said this in almost every stream that this has come up. But I think everybody's implicated. Left, right, center. Super rich and powerful people. And it's mutual insured destruction. And they're just gonna hide it because that's just what it is. They know they're all implicated. So it's not gonna benefit any of them for any of it to be released. Oh no, what the hell did I just click? What did I do? Oh, I see. Cool.
The plan that Staff Sergeant Martinez pulled from that cabinet is real. I have a copy of it. You can download it and read it for yourself. In 2009, United States Strategic Command released Con-Plan 8888-11, Counter-Zombie Dominance Operations. 31 pages of detailed military strategy for surviving a zombie apocalypse, complete with operational phases, threat assessments, and rules of engagement.
Wait. This is a real thing? Army vs. zombies?
Yep.
Okay, I'm terrified right now. Hold me.
No. The document opens with standard Pentagon formatting, official letterhead, proper classification stamps. Everything looks mundane until you get to the document's purpose statement.
U.S. Stratcom, Con-Plan 8888. Purpose: to undertake military operations to preserve non-zombie humans from the threats posed by a zombie horde. Because zombies pose a threat to all non-zombie human life, hereafter referred to as humans, U.S. Stratcom will be prepared to preserve the sanctity of human life.
The document was declassified in 2011 thanks to a FOIA request. Now that's a quick turnaround from classified to public. A section of Con-Plan 8888 reveals why.
U.S. Stratcom, Con-Plan 8888, Security Instructions. This document is unclassified to ensure maximum utility during times of crisis. Classified capabilities used to counter zombies will be addressed in appropriate orders, and crisis plan will be adapted to current operational conditions.
Con-Plan 8888 assumes a complete breakdown of society. It lays out 5 distinct operational phases from monitoring through the restoration of civil authority. Phase 0 is shape the environment. Stratcom watches for non-state.
I don't know if you're just going through the chat, Pristine Biscuit, or if you are way back. You might be way back in the live, because if you're responding to the twins comment, oh my gosh. I feel like that was 20, 30 minutes ago. It's crazy. Sometimes we're not in sync. Yeah, yo, I think, yeah, okay. Oh my gosh. I was like, no, because me responding to you, it was going to take you 20 minutes or something for you to even realize that. That's hilarious.
State actors with chemical and biological WMDs. They monitor disease vectors, outbreaks, and epidemics. Phase 1 is deter. This prevents enemies from creating zombies. And nuclear-armed countries get notified that counter-zombie tactics aren't a preparation for war. Phase 2 is seize the initiative. Stratcom provides security assistance to local authorities. Quarantine zones get created and enforced. Civilian.
I don't know how far you were. Basically, we're going over the military plans, Con-Plan 8888, 8888, right? For a zombie apocalypse, guys, what are we going to do if zombies appear? What is the military going to do? We're finding out right now. That's what I meant by the pause. I caught it quick, though, upon coming back from switching screens. Oh, yeah, I got you.
Areas stay protected until they're
I just know a lot of people get pushed back because they do speech to text. So eventually I'm gonna have something I put on the screen where it's like, hey guys, just letting you know, you might want to refresh or come back to live, because it gets very confusing in the chat when I'm responding to things from 10 minutes ago.
Run. Then Conplan 8888 enters Phase 3. Dominate, respond, and counter. During Phase 3, the U.S. military locks down and retreats to fortified positions for at least 40 days.
U.S. Stratcom, Conplan 8888, Phase 3. Upon receipt of a U.S. Stratcom order, all forces will begin preparations to conduct combat operations against zombie threats. U.S. Stratcom will shelter all personnel in place for at least 40 days.
After that, Phases 4 and 5 focus on stabilizing and restoring government. Reconnaissance teams deploy to assess the zombie threat.
U.S. Stratcom, Conplan 8888, Phase 4 and 5. No earlier than...
The problem is, and he goes into this, it doesn't seem like there's any civilian help after Phase 3, basically. It seems like the military is like, you're on your own. We're chilling back for 40 days and taking care of ourselves. He said, I was just putting in a quick online order for tomorrow. Hey, very good, very good. What do you get? What is it, like a grocery delivery?
40 days after the initiation of Phase 3 operations, U.S. Stratcom forces will initiate local reconnaissance ops to determine the severity of the remaining zombie threat, assess the physical and epidemiological security
Very nice, very
of the
good.
local environment, and survey the status of basic services: water, power, sewage infrastructure, and communications.
If the threat is neutralized, rebuilding begins. But as long as zombies exist, the military stays locked down. Conplan 8888 outlines these phases step by step. But notice what's missing during the military lockdown: civilian protection. The document says that during the first critical weeks, local law enforcement handles zombie attacks until martial law is declared. After that, no civilian assistance, no rescue missions, no exceptions. The plan assumes most government officials die within 24 hours. Cities become uninhabitable. Infrastructure collapses completely. Conplan 8888 ensures military command and control continues. Now that's great if you're inside a fortified facility, but for anyone outside a military fence, Conplan 8888 makes it clear you're on your own. To survive...
Oh, you said you can't go now because of your eye issues. Never get eye surgery if you can't help it. You had 7? Not to pry, I'm curious, is it like an incident, like an accident, like you got hurt? Or is this sort of a condition that you were born with or something? That's crazy. Well, detached retinas and surgical complications suck, but not more than your nerve block wearing off during your first one. So I guess the nerve block would be for pain, I imagine. Is that what you're getting at? Detached retinas and surgical complications. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. So like, how is your sight? In turn, like obviously you're having trouble with your sight. Is this like a nearsighted, farsighted situation? Is this like blurry? Like, can you see me? Can you see the screen? Obviously you can see the screen, right? I mean, to some extent. Bad luck. My eyes are incredibly long front to back, so I had a large chance without anyone telling me. Wait, what? I think I get what you mean, like long front to back. Oh, are you saying, so if it's long front to back, is that saying that you have a higher likelihood of having detached retinas? Oh, you could see me and you could read, but you've lost most of the vision in your left eye. Whereas the right eye only has the detachment, or only the other one. What's left in that one is very distorted. Okay. Does there look like... I mean, you've obviously already gone through, as you say, 7 surgeries, right? Only needed 2 surgeries. So is that something that with the left eye, you've sort of halted the degradation? Is it making it better, or is it looking like it's going to improve? Or is it just like, no, it's just, you're just stopping it from getting worse? I guess I have that question for both eyes. The retina stretches over time naturally, but the shape of my eyes caused them to do so much quicker. Okay. Huh. All right, very good. Yes, knock on wood, we got this. Boom. Stable. That's what I like to hear. But that does seem obviously like a lot to deal with. So I take it you're not driving then. I have the longest my surgeon had ever seen. Wow, really? So yeah, I take it you're not... I mean, there's probably a lot of things, right? That could affect.
By the collapse of society, you need to understand the threat. The military knows where zombie apocalypses could start and what we'll face beyond the safety of fortified installations.
U.S. Stratcom, Conplan 8888, Section 4, Subsection 5, Conditions for Implementation, Part A. Zombies have the potential to seriously undermine national security and our way of life. While the U.S. currently enjoys several asymmetric advantages in against zombie infections originating in the Eurasian landmass, these advantages can easily be negated by air and sea traffic that could transport the source of a zombie infection to North and South America.
But Conplan 8888 is clear. Zombie threats come from anywhere and affect anyone. The Pentagon organized zombies into distinct categories. According to Conplan 8888, the most likely threat comes from pathogenic zombies, created when viruses or bacteria infect humans. And the Pentagon isn't guessing. Existing diseases could mutate and trigger real outbreaks.
Rabies, right?
Take rabies.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've seen this before, but this was also my first reaction. I'm like, yeah, rabies. Rabies to me just seems like a zombie virus. And I'm glad it's not running rampant amongst people. You said, praying for you, Biscuit. Exactly. And Biscuit says, as for the nerve block, yes, for pain, but they're inside your eye with multiple tools. And it was a very serious case. Took 4 times normal amount of time, and you're semi-awake. Oh, Lord. They can't put you under? Not pleasant. Yikes.
The virus attacks the central nervous system, creating aggression and violence. Infected animals foam at the mouth and attack anything that moves. That foam carries the rabies virus. One bite from a rabid animal means almost certain death. Movies like 28 Days Later and World War Z show virus-based zombies. Animals also become zombies through prion diseases. A prion is a misfolded protein that destroys brains and nervous systems. Chronic wasting disease makes deer and elk lose their natural fear. They stumble around like zombies, easy prey for predators. Mountain lions actually target infected deer, but eating these animals is risky. Eat a prion diseased brain and you become infected.
You have to be able to follow certain requests. Okay. Hi. I honestly feel very lucky, got top-notch care, but had to be driven back and forth by my boyfriend every time, plus any other appointments to Portland, around 4 hours each way, each time. So 8-hour round trips. Yikes. And of course, yeah, I figure you have to be like driven around, right? Like to look in certain directions sometimes. Yeah, and avoid any movements. Ugh.
Mad cow disease is a prion disease. Humans who eat infected beef develop Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. The symptoms are rapid mental deterioration, loss of coordination, and aggressive behavior. Sounds a lot like zombies. Kuru affects cannibalistic tribes in Papua New Guinea. They eat the brains of dead relatives as a funeral ritual.
Stop. How why?
Eating the brain helps the spirit reach the afterlife.
So, how was Grandma's funeral? Yeah, a little chewy. I don't feel so good.
Yeah, technically it's against the law now, but rumors are that some tribes still do this privately.
Keep my wife's brain out your mouth.
What?
Keep my wife's brain out your mouth.
And that's how it continues. Eating an infected brain spreads Kuru. Victims experience severe mood changes. They become violent and unpredictable.
Like ex-wives.
Like zombies.
That makes more sense.
The Zombieland movies feature prion zombies. And beyond bacteria, viruses, and prions, parasites can create zombies. These are called symbiont-induced zombies. And what makes these parasites so dangerous is you don't know you're carrying one. Conplan 8888 says pathogenic zombies are most common, and that makes sense. Diseases affect every animal on Earth, and sometimes those diseases jump to humans through zoonosis. AIDS, SARS, H1N1, Ebola, plague, anthrax, Lyme disease, malaria. Dozens of deadly diseases jump from animals to humans, and most diseases kill their host, but not all. Conplan 8888 calls these SIZs, symbiont-induced zombies. Instead of killing you, the parasite uses you, at least for a while. In Costa Rica's rainforests, the jewel wasp attacks cockroaches. The wasp injects venom directly into the roach's brain. The roach becomes docile and compliant.
You said this was the con.
Yeah, don't half of us have a parasite in us? I think it's like half the population. I think he talks about some of the parasites that people have. It's always fascinated me that, funny enough, isn't it motorcyclists or cyclists? A lot of times when they do autopsies on them, they'll have this parasite that affects a lot of people, and it apparently makes you more risk-taking.
Osby wasp?
The jewel wasp.
Yeah, I don't remember Jewel doing anything this inappropriate.
The jewel wasp grabs the roach by its antenna and leads it to a burrow, like walking a dog. The roach doesn't flee, it follows.
This is freaky.
Then the wasp lays an egg inside the roach and leaves. The roach stays put, waiting peacefully. When the larva hatches, it eats the cockroach alive from the inside out.
Nature is so fucked.
That's mind control. Conplan 8888 calls it zombification. And if you played the Dead Rising games, those zombies are created by these parasitic wasps. Then there's Ophiocordyceps.
Yes, because from cats. I think he talks about this one too. And then obviously the mushroom one.
The zombie ants. Infected ants abandon their colonies and climb high branches.
When I first learned about this one, I thought to myself years ago, I was like, bro, what if this just one day, what's that movie? Isn't there a movie? Oh, it's not Signs. What is it? It's the movie where people just start unaliving themselves randomly, and then they find out like, oh my gosh, it's if we're bigger groups, we're more likely to unalive ourselves. And it turned out the plants were doing it, or the fungi.
Bite down on leaves with a death grip. The fungus then consumes the ant's body and bursts from its head, raining spores on the colony below. The ant's final act spreads infection and creates more zombies. The Last of Us games and HBO series feature the cordyceps fungus jumping to humans.
Not the Conjuring.
African sleeping sickness
What
affects
is it?
that.
It's not The Conjuring. I'm sorry. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Thousands of people every year. It's transmitted by tsetse flies. Victims become confused, disoriented, and violent.
Like
zombies.
Right.
Those parasites kill the host eventually, but some keep the host alive forever. The acanthocephalin worm starts by infecting insects that birds like to eat, because the worm's final destination is in a bird's gut. The parasite hijacks an insect's survival instincts. It abandons cover and wanders into open areas where birds hunt. Some climb to the tops of plants and stay exposed. Birds eat the zombified insects. The worm infects the bird. More worms spread through the bird's feces, and the bird never knows the worm is there. In fact, there's a dangerous...
That one's always freaked me out, because how does it even know? These parasites, I think the cat pee one, it has to reproduce in the intestine of the cat. The one we just saw seems to reproduce or spread through a bird. How does it know how to take over the brain of something to then be eaten, to then reproduce and be spread? How does it know that? How do you evolve something like that? That's what throws me off. How do you evolve mind control to do all of those different steps? That's what throws me off the most. It's not Bird Box. Is it the Conjuring? It's not the Conjuring. Oh my gosh. You said, you see Marky Mark? Are you talking about Mark Wahlberg? I think so. No, it's not Bird Box, though. I hate to interrupt this to look this up, but I know. It's like The Silence or something. The Silencing, The Conjuring, the something like that. The Happening. The Happening. I think it's The Happening. Hold up. I gotta look it up. I'm sorry. Phone. Dude. Sorry, my internet or my computer. Yes, 2008. Is that Mark Wahlberg? Yeah, it is. Wow, he looks young. Mark Wahlberg. Yeah. So it's, yes, The Happening. All right, sorry. I'm glad we figured that out, though. Yo, you haven't seen it? Oh my gosh. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it. I don't like spoilers, so I'm not going to say anything. Oh, well, okay. Well, never mind. Chubbs Chupa just came out. So basically, yeah, I don't like the ending. But there's a lot of movies like that. Like World War Z, I kind of didn't like the ending. But I understand why they had to end it like that. Those types of endings, I'm like, ugh. But I understand you only have so much time.
Parasite that's already living in almost half of the human population. And if you don't have it, there's a good chance that somebody living in your house does.
I really did not like Bird Box. I remember I watched that with somebody. There was a lot of hype for it, and I really did not like Bird Box. Okay, cool. Yeah, don't read it. I hate spoilers. Like, for myself personally. I just don't. I don't like spoiling it for people, but two, I want to be surprised. You know what I mean? I got somebody trying to spoil One Piece for me right now, and I'm like, you have a week to catch up to the show, and I'm spoiling it for you. I said, shut up.
Toxoplasma gondii is a single-celled parasite that lives in contaminated water and undercooked meat. Between 30 and 50% of humans carry it. Most don't know they're infected.
Yep,
the
you're
reason
right.
it's so common, cats.
I knew
Dumbledore dies. Bro, I haven't got to that part. Yo, are you serious? Too soon, man. Like, I didn't even have time to watch. That's crazy.
Bioweapons.
Okay, settle down. About half of all cats have toxoplasma antibodies from past infection. And this bug is tough. It survives months in cat feces, years in soil and water. It can withstand refrigeration and even freezing. Chlorine won't kill it, neither will soap or detergent. Sulfuric acid kills it, but it takes almost 2 years.
2 years in sulfuric acid. Can't freeze it. Survives years in soil. Seems like we're kind of screwed when it comes to this one. If this one were to turn people into zombies, there'd be no stopping it. It's for the sounds of it.
It's easily spread by household insects like cockroaches and flies, and rodents. And there's an argument that Toxoplasma gondii evolved to help cats. Infected rats and mice lose their fear of cats. They become slower, less alert. They're actually attracted to cat urine. Toxoplasma programs rodents to get eaten. It's the perfect parasite, indestructible, persistent, widespread, undetectable. The military knows that in a real outbreak, every cat becomes a disease vector. You couldn't trust any of them.
Yeah, if you trust a house cat, you deserve to get eaten.
That's why Conplan 8888 takes biological threats seriously. Once a pathogen enters the pet population, containment becomes impossible.
Wait, you said if your cat won't hunt birds or mice, you gotta off it. Interesting. I've heard of that horrible issues for pregnant women fetus, so they shouldn't clean by. Yeah, I've always heard like women should stay, or women, pregnant women should stay away from. I've heard cats, but really the litter box is the thing. That's crazy because growing up I had cats, and I just wonder if I have that now. Because I would have to clean the litter box and stuff. My welcome back, or my. I hope you're not a bot.
You could eliminate all the cats.
Stop that.
I'm just saying, if you want to make an omelet, you gotta break some kittens.
But here's what keeps researchers awake at night. Most people don't know they're carrying toxoplasma. Studies show infected humans take more risks. They drive aggressively. Some researchers link it to personality changes, decision-making problems, even mental health issues. This is why Conplan 8888 exists.
I mean, I don't know. I negotiate with my parasites, so I don't drive too aggressively. I think it lets me get off easy on that part.
The Pentagon plans, because zombies aren't coming, they're already here.
Really, dude? I used to walk around barefoot exclusively for years growing up. That's crazy. So there's a good chance I have it. I mean, they used to, you know, kick us outside, lock the door. They put like a pitcher on the table, some lemonade, maybe some Kool-Aid or something. And we'd be outside, you know. This was like Ohio. In the country. I did get the mouse cat thing backwards. Oh, yeah, exactly, yeah. That's what threw me off. That's what threw me off, because I was like, wait, you have to off it. Well, I mean, it said it could be in the soil for years, right? So I guess it would start in the pee, but like wherever it goes, it just might not die. Yeah, I haven't slept in a long time. Yeah, it's a coin flip, I guess, if we have it or not. But like I said, you just gotta negotiate with your parasite, you know? Don't let the parasite control you, all right? You gotta come to an agreement.
Dr. Annie Liu was a molecular gerontologist and the latest darling of Silicon Valley. She discovered a telomere extending virus, the holy grail of life extension. She called it Project Lazarus.
HPV, really? Wait, is HPV the it's like having a cold sore, right? Or is that not HPV? What is that? No, that's like, oh, what is that? That's like herpes, right? Which one's HPV? No, really? I thought HPV just came from I thought it was like transmitted through sexual activity. Oh, you said it obviously fungi. Can't confirm. It is impossible to negotiate with my parasite. She constantly cries for more milk. Interesting, because when I drink milk... Are you talking about the cat, or are you talking about the parasite? No, but when I drink milk, I feel so much better. I wonder if that's the parasite. Herpes simplex. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's the cold sore thing. And then... HPV, though, huh? Warts. I think I was thinking of the herpes simplex thing. There are types, so HPV can cause plantar warts. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Okay, you were talking about in terms of HPV, but not necessarily the one that causes cervical cancer. Okay, gotcha. Third powerhouse. You have a baby girl? Oh my god, everybody in here has kids. But me. I'm pretty sure. Well, congratulations to all of you.
Ultra wealthy, she called it Project Lazarus. The ultra wealthy from all over the world poured billions into Lazarus. If there's one thing billionaires really hate doing, it's dying. But
That's what sets the billionaires apart from the regular folk. Billionaires hate to die, unlike regular folk.
Lou hit an impasse. The Lazarus virus...
I get his point. It was a joke.
Worked perfectly in a petri dish, but once it was injected into a live rat, the rat died within hours.
Could it be the delivery vector? Maybe a cytokine cascade?
I
Why
think it's a cytokine cascade. I think that's what's going on.
do the telomeres lengthen, then trigger apoptosis? Immune storm in every test subject. Hours to death. What am I missing?
Dr. Lou checked the time. It was after 3 a.m., her third all-nighter in a row.
No sleep. I don't know why. This part kind of pisses me off a little bit.
She needed to get some sleep. Better to deal with this with fresh eyes.
Okay. If the rat or mouse or whatever dies in front of you, you think it's like completely dead. Let's say you run some tests, it's dead. And then it's not dead. And it's acting kind of crazy like a zombie. Do you just go home? I understand you haven't had a few days of sleep, right? I get that. Do you just go home after that? I don't think I'd be able to sleep. Yeah, right, her mask. He's like, oh, she's wearing the right gear. And I'm like, dude, her mask isn't even on.
Hello? I'm fine. It was just a hard day at the lab.
But Dr. Lou didn't realize how hard a day it was. She never noticed the 3-micron tear in her hazmat suit.
Rookie mistake.
A human hair is about 60 microns wide, but not the Lazarus virus. Those are 0.02 microns wide. Plenty of room for a virus to enter. In fact, that's enough room for hundreds of them to enter.
Of course I'm coming. I wouldn't miss my little sister's wedding for anything.
Dr. Lou took every precaution. N95 masks block particles 0.03 microns wide. But that's not enough to stop Lazarus. Even if Dr. Lou knew about the tear, she wouldn't have been that concerned. Lazarus wasn't an airborne virus. Lazarus only worked if it was injected directly into the bloodstream.
Great acting. Dude, you're messing with that stuff, you get a nosebleed. You stop the car. Realistically, you probably drive yourself back to the lab, call your colleagues and say, I might have infected myself with something. We need to quarantine me and do some tests, okay? You don't go to a wedding. Did it really only have 4 fingers? Stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Only worked if...
Oh, maybe we were earlier on. I must have missed it. Okay, whatever. Are you telling me your nose bleeds on a regular at night?
But now Lazarus was airborne.
I'm saying, I think if you were working with something like that, you have to be extra paranoid. Yeah, let's fly. You know what? The rat, I thought it was dead. Seemed to come back to life. You know what? Maybe I need to get some sleep. Drives home. Oh, wait, going to my sister's wedding. Boom, nose is bleeding. That's normal. Now we're getting on a plane. Oh, the phone call. Okay, okay.
The next zombie classification in Conplan 8888 RZ, radiation zombies. Organisms become zombies after absorbing extreme electromagnetic radiation.
She's a scientist. That's why it pisses me off a little bit, because I'm like, come on. I think being in a closed tube. Yeah, hi, this guy with circulating air is fantastic.
Become zombies after absorbing extreme electromagnetic radiation. Nuclear accidents, dirty bombs, cosmic radiation. The Pentagon
the sun
says any of these can create zombies. Solar flares bombard Earth with charged particles. A coronal mass ejection could expose entire populations to dangerous radiation. The 1859 Carrington event knocked out telegraph systems all over the world. A similar event today could deliver radiation doses that alter brain chemistry on a massive scale. After Chernobyl, emergency responders who entered the reactor core experienced rapid cellular breakdown. Some survivors reported hallucinations and aggressive behavior before dying. But radiation doesn't always kill. We covered how Chernobyl's dogs and wolves adapted to high radiation. An entirely new wolf species emerged, highly resistant to cancer.
That's pretty cool.
If radiation can create a new type of wolf, it can create a new type of human. And in the wrong hands, that human becomes the perfect soldier. Conplan 8888 calls these weaponized zombies. WZs are specifically created for military use. The Pentagon calls this a threat because the technology exists, and they should know they created it.
Wuhan.
No, you're gonna get us canceled.
Oh, I meant Wuhan. Solo really showed Greedo who's boss, huh?
Nice save.
Yo, craziness.
Weapons affect brain function and behavior. During the Cold War, both superpowers developed psychochemical agents to incapacitate enemy forces. BZ, tested by the US Army, caused hallucinations and confusion. Similar compounds could create zombie symptoms. CRISPR gene editing alters organisms at the genetic level. Synthetic biology creates entirely new biological systems. A hostile nation could engineer a pathogen that creates controllable zombies.
Controllable zombies? We already got those. They're called cable news viewers.
Got 'em.
Conplan 8888 shows the military preparing for zombies that can come from anywhere, even outer space. Space zombies come from outer space or result from alien contamination of Earth's environment.
U.S. Stratcom, Conplan 8888. Section 4, Subsection 6, Zombie Threat Summary, Part 4, Space Zombies. SZs are zombie life forms originating from space or created by toxic contamination of the Earth environment via some form of extraterrestrial toxin or radiation.
NASA and the military already have protocols to prevent contamination from space missions. When Apollo astronauts returned from the moon, they spent 21 days in quarantine. The concern was that lunar microorganisms might be dangerous to life on Earth.
You mean when the astronauts returned from the soundstage in Burbank, they had to make sure they didn't pick up a bug?
Yeah, Hecklefish does not believe in the moon landing. You said, Astro, did you hear of the scientist who got a tiny drop of diethylammercury on her glove and immediately knew she was basically dead? You'd love the story. Oh, I'm going to check that one out. There was one of a scientist, they were messing with the core, I think of like a nuclear bomb or, I don't know, something along those lines. Something with a lot of radiation potential, right? And basically he was screwing around and had it balancing on a screwdriver or something, dropped it, and spread radiation all around and told everybody don't move. And then he basically marked the spot that everybody was standing in, you know, how far away from the object they were standing, and was able to accurately calculate how much longer they had to live from the radiation poisoning, which wasn't very long. I forget all the specifics to it, but it was rather interesting. But I don't know, what you just said just reminds me of that. Wait, what's fake? Oh, the moon landing. I think, or are you saying the moon is fake? There's actually a lot of oddities with the moon. He's actually done a video on that as well. I think I want to read up on it. You said Karen. Oh, hold up. Let me pull up my other chat. Karen Elizabeth Wetterhan, also known as Karen Wetterhan Jennett, was an American professor of chemistry at Dartmouth College, New Hampshire, who specialized in toxic metal exposure. That does look like the person.
From the San Fernando Valley.
The Demon Core incident. Yes. Gosh, you guys are solid. Lord Paralis. Yes. I think that is what I was talking about.
The Valley flu, they call it. Symptoms include attraction to shopping malls, degraded parking skills, and an insatiable appetite for Baja Fresh.
They make good burritos.
Darn tootin' they do.
Okay, we're going to have to get into her story too.
But NASA protocols won't help if toxins land outside the jurisdiction of the United States. Because SCs come from space, they can affect any place on Earth.
U.S. Stratcom, Con Plan 8888, Section 4, Subsection 5. Conditions for implementation, Part A, continued. Asteroids and nuclear space radiation that can convert people into zombies can affect any land mass or population on Earth. Given the rapidity at which zombie outbreaks spread, decisive, overwhelming, and possibly unilateral military force may be required to negate the zombie threat.
Real scientific research shows organisms survive where life should be impossible. These extremophiles include tardigrades that withstand the vacuum of space. If similar organisms exist elsewhere in the solar
Tardigrades just seem so interesting.
system, they might be incompatible with human biology. Large asteroids or comets could carry alien microorganisms or radioactive materials. The Tunguska event in 1908 flattened over 1,000 square miles of Siberian forest.
I want to look into that one too, because it's just such a crazy event.
If a similar impact happened over a populated area, alien contamination would spread before anyone could respond. Con Plan 8888 states nuclear weapons would be the most effective counter to space zombies. The logic, if contamination can't be contained, incineration at nuclear temperatures becomes the only option. But there's one zombie type that concerns the military more than any other. It can't be killed with conventional.
This is gonna blow your guys' mind. I'm sorry. I don't mean to yell.
Weapons. It can't be killed with nuclear weapons. The only way to fight this zombie is with God.
I'm telling you guys, if you haven't, go subscribe. He knows how to tell a story.
Evil magic zombies. The document actually uses those words. The Pentagon has an official position on supernatural threats.
U.S. Stratcom, Con Plan 8888, Section 4, Subsection 6, Zombie Threat Summary, Part 3, Evil Magic Zombies. Of the classes of zombies, one type is caused by occult phenomena that cannot be reliably monitored, predicted, or proven to exist. Zombies caused by occult phenomena are EMZs. The only way to ensure...
Guys, this is the Y files. Bam, the Y files. I just don't feel like repositioning it, but you can see the Y files. Super solid channel. I mean, they got so much over there. They have a fantastic team. because I think it's, it's him, and I think he has a team behind him. He's actually been on the Joe Rogan podcast a couple of times. I mean, obviously, you'll find out more through the channel, but does all sorts of different videos on different really interesting topics, fringe stuff, conspiracies, myths, just a lot of cool stuff. When it comes to reactions and stuff, I try to be fair and not overdo it with people's stuff, and make sure I'm sending everybody to go and check them out and everything. Because, again, I think they put a lot of work into their stuff and, deserve all that credit and everything. So, but I love them, and I want to keep sharing it with you guys and hanging out and doing this.
A zombie is dead is to burn the zombie corpse. EMZs are the only class of zombie that may not be vulnerable.
Sorry it took me so long, Biscuit. Okay, I know. I probably mentioned it 5 hours. It probably took me 5 hours to start the video. Sometimes it'd be like that. When I'm tired, guys, I'm just saying. I don't know why, but it takes me so long to do anything on here when I'm tired.
To this measure, despite being the hardest threats to eliminate directly by attacking the zombie life form, EMZs can usually be eliminated if the source of evil magic is destroyed. There is evidence to suggest the Chaplain Corps may prove integral to countering these threats.
The Chaplain Corps.
The military takes this seriously enough to assign the Chaplain Corps as primary defense. Now, think about that. The Pentagon believes defeating these zombies might require divine intervention.
Oh, Jon Snow intervention.
Right.
Thousands of years ago, there came a night that lasted a generation. Kings froze to death in their castles, same as the shepherds in their huts. Women smothered their babies rather than see them starve, and wept and felt the tears freeze on their cheeks. So is it for the long night and the White Walkers. Oh, man.
I know what it is. But yes, White Walkers and Whites in Game of Thrones are evil magic zombies. Fighting the supernatural isn't new to the military.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I'm more just being self-critical.
During World War II, both sides employed occult research divisions.
To be fair, I mean, I don't know. I don't think they put a lot of work in and stuff. I don't think all use of artificial intelligence is bad. It's a new thing for them, I will say. I've watched them, I want to say, for a couple years now. And the AI stuff is new. At least from what I can tell, the AI stuff is new. So a lot of their newer videos have that. I don't know that they were utilizing that before. Obviously AI in its current state is kind of new, but I think it just makes things a lot faster and a lot cheaper, just because you could type a prompt out and it's done in like 20 seconds or something. So it's probably just a lot cheaper and a lot easier to produce, but still I think top tier content.
The Nazis had the Adenerva. The Allies had their own paranormal units.
But to each their own. I do get the whole AI, there's like a whole AI slop situation. And I do feel that, but I have to admit, AI has been helpful even in my channel, since I am just one person. I've tried my hand at like editing, every thumbnail and this and that and all that kind of stuff. But as one person, it could be a lot, and if you don't have other people to tap on and stuff. So it could be a bit, it's not impossible by any means, but it really does help to have a tool like that. I could streamline some of the stuff so you don't have to like wear every hat and learn the nuances to everything. Just because it's going to take too long. You're not going to be as good as somebody that just focuses on one thing. So I like to think of AI as just a tool to bridge the gap. This is of course before it becomes conscious and enslaves us. But no, I'm just kidding. Hopefully it's our friend.
Churchill consulted astrologers. The U.S. Army investigated psychic warfare during the Cold War. Now, it may seem that the military has everything figured out. They've identified each type of zombie threat. They understand how to fight them, but not so fast. Buried on page 16 is a single unsettling section.
U.S. Stratcom, Con Plan 8888, Section 4, Subsection 13.3, Shortfalls and Limiting Factors. Adequate zombie defenses require sandbags, sand, barbed wire, anti-personnel mines, riot-controlled chemical agents, and petroleum to create flame barriers. These supplies may not be present in sufficient volume to defend against zombie incursion and could severely tax available logistical support infrastructure. U.S. Stratcom forces do not currently hold enough contingency stores, food, water to support 30 days of barricaded
quality control, yeah.
operations, and U.S. Stratcom has no ground combat forces capable of repelling a zombie assault.
Several zombie types identified. Specific
Well, at the very least, I would say go check out their older stuff, because I don't think their older stuff uses any AI.
tactical recommendations, containment protocols, resource requirements, but not enough soldiers in the army to actually win. So, the military created a new army, an army of millions of soldiers, all trained to survive the zombie apocalypse. And for years, these soldiers have been learning how to organize, how to fight, and how to rebuild civilization. This army has been built in secret, but also in plain sight, because the soldiers of this army are us.
Boom, guys, we are the soldiers in the army to fight against the zombies. All right, me just showing this video right now, him making the video and showing the video, and then me showing him showing the video, making the video, is all a part of the giant psyop to get us ready for what needs to be done when the zombies start trying to take over.
The military knows how to fight zombies. They have a plan, but they don't have the soldiers, so they created them. Us. The military developed a psychological operation that trained millions of civilians without them knowing it.
I didn't realize he called it a psyop.
The Walking Dead premiered on October 31st, 2010. The same year Con Plan 8888 finished development. World War Z started filming in 2011 and was released in 2013. The Last of Us game launched in 2013. All during the exact time this military document was finalized and declassified. Think about what these shows taught you. Survival tactics, supply management, team dynamics, trust no one, secure your perimeter, always have an escape plan. Millions of Americans absorbed zombie apocalypse protocols through entertainment. The training was subtle, but effective. I've watched every Walking Dead episode. Okay, I watched up until season 5. I played the Last of Us games. I played the first one. The Walking Dead, Last of Us, World War Z, we've all consumed the same content, and we learned the same lessons. The military didn't need boot camps, they had Netflix. But the PSYOP might distract from the real secret. Con Plan 8888 contains multiple references to classified annexes never released publicly. The document repeatedly mentions Annex C detailing space control capabilities. Page after page references classified sections stripped from the public version. Annex S covers special technical operations. Annex D handles classified logistics. Throughout the document, footnotes point to information marked secret or higher. The zombie scenarios were unclassified. The real military capabilities stayed hidden. The most telling detail is buried in the technical sections. Con Plan 8888 works alongside other military plans. Con Plan 8035 for space operations, Con Plan 8531 for flu pandemics, and Con Plan 8099 for combating WMDs. These are active military plans, not training exercises. Because the zombie plan is unclassified, it implies the threat isn't real. But the classified military capabilities are real. There's clearly some kind of threat. So the big question is, how do you survive it?
I've thought about this. I think we've all thought about this, right? Zombie apocalypse, how do you survive? I've thought about that one, and then the nuclear apocalypse. I've actually been talking about this with people. I've shown this video recently, because this is one of his newer ones. I've shown this to a few people, anybody who will listen. And I love chit-chatting about it. And, you know, like, so many people I talk to, they're like, well, it depends with zombies, right? So the first thing we have to decide on or figure out is what kind of zombies are we talking about? Because if we're talking about Walking Dead type zombies, it's not too much to worry about. If we're talking World War Z type zombies, another thing I'm curious about, and of course this really depends on the attack vector, right? But if we go with the traditional, okay, the zombie has to bite you, I feel like that would be really hard to spread. It just would not spread quickly. Now, of course, if it was airborne, we're screwed. I don't know if, is it 28 Days Later? I don't know if that was I can't remember the movie, but there was one where I think it spread through their blood. So if you were fighting them, you had to be really careful because just a drop of their blood on you and you were basically infected. That's scary. It's like, to what extent can you get infected? Walking Dead is cool because I don't know if the blood gets you infected, but I know everybody's infected in a sense. Oh, it's 3 movies. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Okay, there is a Weeks. Yeah, okay, cool. I've upended 3 hospitals and sent everyone a card. I wonder if he thought I'm so awesome. Maybe I just forgot I didn't actually do this. I don't know who told him, but he deleted it. Oh, sorry. I didn't read your first one, so I was like, what are you talking about? Trump reposted a health bed thing, some QAnon thing that was AI, him talking about giving everyone access to magical hospital care. And he shared it. It wasn't real, but he shared it. What the fuck? Yeah, somebody has to be on top of that. I mean, AI is, at this point, it's getting to be indistinguishable from real stuff, so. No, I haven't heard about that one. All right, I'm gonna have to look that one up. Trump AI hospital stuff.
When the outbreak starts, you have about 48 hours before everything falls apart.
Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. The creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize y'all's neighborhood.
You got that out of your system?
Almost.
Great. The people who survive aren't lucky. They're prepared. Your
I don't know.
location determines your survival.
I'll be doing it doesn't matter. Long story short, though. Where are we at? Hold up. Where's my mouse? Where's my cursor? That's Michael Jackson in Thriller, I think. And I just find it so funny.
Survival. If you're in a city, get out. Fast. Cities become death traps. All those people packed together, that's a zombie buffet. And in a dense population center, the infection will spread faster than it can be contained. Hospitals fill with infected who don't know what's happening to them. They stumble into emergency rooms and spread the virus to medical staff. And don't call 911. Police stations get overrun by panicked citizens looking for weapons. The smart cops go home to protect their families. The rest become casualties.
It was so funny because like I said, I've been having conversations with people about this. And I know people that work in hospitals. And I told them, I was like, look, like dead ass, like serious, right? If this were to happen, you leave work. You know, because one of my big concerns during like a catastrophe, a nuclear war or what have you, or this would be a catastrophe, is trying to connect and link up with my circle to then figure out where to go and what to do and blah, blah, blah. So linking up is, you know, the first thing. I always assume the worst. I assume networks are down. Ideally, networks are up, but I assume networks are down and communication is tough. But I told them, like, bro, if there is any inclination of a crazy virus like this, leave work. I'm sorry. Abandon that ship. Because you are going to be at ground zero, basically, of the shit hitting the fan. And I'm sorry. If it's some zombie shit, just go. Just leave. All right, we're going to link up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the hospital and save you, because by the time I get there, you're probably screwed. You're probably screwed.
You need to be somewhere remote, a cabin, a homestead, or a farm. If you don't own one, better know someone who does. Those places have what matters: food, water, and people who know how to defend them.
Exactly. Hospitals are
Guns
just...
are loud. They attract attention you don't want. A bow and arrow works better. So does a knife, a bat, or a crowbar. Quiet weapons keep you alive longer.
Assuming, if you're using them on zombies, that it doesn't spread through their blood and, you know, turn you.
Skip the supermarkets. They're already swarming with desperate people. You need supplies ready before disaster strikes. Prep a bug-out bag. Forget the bottled water. Carry water purification tablets or a life straw water filter.
No,
Iodine.
no, I appreciate the recommendations because, you know, I just keep adding them to my list. Sometimes my mental list, sometimes an actual physical list. So I can look them up or pull them up on stream. You said no way hot for staff. Don't know. Yeah, it's too late. Too many similar. Yeah, it's exactly. Too many similar things. Then boom, you're infected.
And pills for radiation exposure. You'll need food. MREs last 30 years, but food is heavy. Better if you learn how to hunt, clean, and cook your own meals.
That's one thing I do need to learn is how to clean an animal. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could figure it out. It's probably not rocket science, right? But it's something I always think to myself, oh, I need to learn that at some point.
Pack paracord rated for 500 pounds. It could be used for everything. Securing shelter, making tourniquets, starting fires, and it works as fishing line. Pack a solar radio, solar flashlight, real band-aids, and N95 masks. Take signaling mirrors and whistles, toothbrush, toothpaste, toiletries. When you're stuck in the wild, you'll be happy you remembered those. In my kit, I keep thermal blankets, a small propane stove, and glow sticks. I've got a fire starter, a multi-tool, 3 different kinds of knives. Bring a needle and thread, good for repairing clothes and sewing up wounds. And if you don't have the stomach to stitch a cut, crazy glue will do in a pinch. And don't forget duct tape. It fixes everything and reinforces barricades. I even keep mini bug-out bags in all my vehicles. You can pick one up for about 40 bucks, and I'll link below to the gear I use. Once you're out of the chaos, find a place where you can rest. Watch your lines of sight. Learn to set a perimeter, trip wires and snares, anything to alert you to danger. And find other people. Pool resources, exchange knowledge and skills. Know your strengths, and find people to shore up your weaknesses. Some people are fighters, some are farmers, some are planners, some are builders. There's safety in numbers.
What are you guys? All right, zombie apocalypse. What are you guys? What's your class? What are your skill sets? You said you want to use that as a tourniquet. You must, or you want to use something thick like a strap. So most animals basically kind of peel once you get past the first membrane into the muscle. Once the fur is removed, it's just removing guts. Okay, see. And what? Oh, you're saying it's slippery? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I assumed. I was like, well, this kind of looks meaty and fleshy. I'll probably eat that. Okay, this looks like intestines. I'll probably set that to the side. And I've seen some cleaning stuff, so I kind of got the idea. I mean, obviously you're going to separate the skin from, yeah. So cool. So I'm on the right track at least. I would be a zombie. Ah! You'd be a zombie in this scenario. I didn't even think about that as a status. I was thinking we're going to keep surviving as humans, but there you go. You said what? Wait, the offload is the hard part though, no? Wait, what? Fish is the easiest, yeah, okay. Agoraphobic who stays home but doesn't have enough to sustain. No! I think that's gonna be a lot of people though. Oh, the guts. Okay, offal is the guts. Got it. It's intestine organs. Okay, gotcha. My wife already said she wouldn't want to survive in an apocalyptic scenario. Yeah. Somebody I had this conversation with said that. But they also said it depends with zombies. They said if it's obvious, well, they also said they want the creature comforts of life, so they'd probably just want to like die anyway. But if it was Walking Dead zombies, they might try to stick around and see how it plays out. But they were like, if it was World War Z zombies, they would just kind of die. So under that umbrella, okay, yeah. It's had at different things, including sweetbreads. Okay, it's in different things, okay. If the zombie apocalypse happens, we get drunk as fuck. Oh my gosh. For me, it's communicating with the circle. You know, everybody has their circle, their family, their whatever, right? Unless you're a loner. Which I'm kind of a loner, but not really. I'm a loner, but I'm not a loner. I'm social yet lonely. Anyway, no, I'm done. I'm tired. I'm trying to explain myself. But no, connect with the circle. Decide where we're gonna meet. Pool resources. But realistically, none of us have enough resources to sustain ourselves for a year, right? Like food, water, medical supply, like all of that stuff. I mean, some people in the circle are diabetic. That means you have to secure insulin. Oh, there's so many levels to it. Because I figured you'd want to hit... It's funny because he says don't hit the stores. It's too late. They're already crowded. And they're dangerous. If I could get to the gun store, that would be ideal. But that's probably going to be a death trap. I mean, you got to secure the food. So I'd probably try to get to the store and get something. Obviously get out of cities, so I would have to start getting out of where I'm at. I mean, at this point, I'm gonna teleport back to Earth, try to get with my circle of people. At that point, not sure if I'm going to teleport back. If I could, I'd just bring everybody to the space station here. Would be pretty far away, would all be good. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work out like that. I'm probably going to be stuck on Earth during the apocalypse. Yeah, I mean, even so, I would just assume I need to get them insulin. Yes, this would be safe for a while. We were talking about that. Were we talking about that on stream? I was either on streamers in this other conversation I was having, and I was like, well, do they have escape pods? And it turns out they do have escape pods. Because I wondered, like, if if this happened, they would be screwed because they need resupplies. But they actually do, I think, have an escape pod. Now, when they land, they better not land with zombies. What's safe for islands? Yeah, I would say so, right? If someone's so you need to drain a Walmart and a library, books on framing. That's okay. So I'm glad you said that. A library, I think, would actually be a super safe bet early on. I don't think people, when the shit hits the fan, when COVID happened, I don't think people were raiding libraries. They were trying to get the toilet paper, which is kind of funny because we went to a library. The books can double as toilet paper, but regardless, that is one thing that would be really great, is being able to go into a library and grab a bunch of books on what you need. Although that is a lot of stuff to carry, I think maybe having a hard drive or multiple hard drives with that type of information on them, and then a generator, or, I mean, batteries essentially. I mean, even if it was just some portable batteries and like a couple of phones with the data, right? That could be, or like external hard drives or whatever. That could be enough, right? Just to have the information. But of course, having a physical book in some ways is, you know, yeah, it's more cumbersome. But you don't have to worry about needing electricity, right? Drink recycled piss with you at the station? Hard pass. Listen, the station here is quite sophisticated. We're in a different fold of space. Occasionally things get a bit tight. You gotta drink your own piss, but we run it through a filtration system and we flavor it. So chill out. It's not that serious. Now, if we get stuck in the event horizon, that could be a bit of a pain in the ass, although it is not inescapable, as people tend to believe. It's just a pain in the ass. And you kind of have to be prepared for it. Anyway, I'm just saying, it'd probably be better to be here than on Earth dealing with the zombie apocalypse. Probably. Yeah, I don't know. The toilet paper thing kind of just
was interesting. My city has enough guns to not have to worry about zombies. It's building the community back. And that's the issue. And you said building a city wall. Okay, because you have to think about it from like a logistical standpoint. When the trucks stop bringing supplies to the stores, how long does it take for society to break down? How much food does the normal person or the normal family have in their home? A week's supply? 2 weeks supply? A month's supply? Okay, I'm not sure. Well, how much supply does a store have? I mean, probably not even a month's supply, not even a week's supply, especially once people start raiding the store. I mean, it's going to disappear pretty much overnight. So, okay, now people, they're eating through their supply and they're out of food and their stomach hurts. And maybe their wife's stomach hurts and maybe their kid's stomach hurts. And what's that smell? Oh shit, the neighbors, they got bacon? Is that bacon I smell? All of a sudden, I think that's when society breaks down. And having community is important, but becomes difficult. So you're a lumber and okay, so you guys that are out there in the country, y'all are pretty much good. Like if you guys hunt, if you guys are out in the sticks, or the hills or the fields, I feel like y'all are good to go. Now you're gonna have to worry because guess what? The cities are gonna start emptying out. So you might have some visitors, okay? I'm just saying, you might get some visitors. How are you gonna deal with that? Is the question. I'm not saying they're going to be hostile necessarily, but attack people. The companies chose not to produce TP because they're really. That's interesting. I never heard that. Well, I don't know. I mean, we're talking about not just as collapse of society. We are throwing zombies on top of it, which I do think complicate the issue. Like, if it's just a straight survival situation, first off, straight survival, not too worried about it. However, you have to include other people in that, meaning at a certain point, I'm not even afraid of the zombies. Okay, it's really other people because they're conniving and smart. They could think like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps ahead. That's who I'm worried about, right? And if people are already divided, I don't want to say as when we have ample resources. Yes, there's people with less. There's people that are struggling. But the struggle would be a lot worse if society actually collapsed, right? And we had like a zombie apocalypse. So if we already have so much division now and an inability to work together, it's hard for me to believe that on a large scale, people are going to work together in this situation. I could see lots of gangs or small groups, enclaves or whatever, kind of popping up and stuff, but in like a broad sense, no. Because you're not going to have a police force. Like that'll disappear if society collapses. So people are going to be acting up. Acting however they want. Lord, my city has a shooting recently where my neighbors teamed up to end the threat. My town is a community, still, believe it or not. Well, there you go. Maybe this is the cynic in me, guys. I did not understand the toilet paper. Oh yeah, we got that. Great minds. Cycle piss with you. City. Yeah, okay, sorry. I sometimes jump around chat. Why filter the urine? Your kidneys already do that for you. It comes pre-filtered and warm. I like my piss cold when I drink it. Cold coming in, hot coming out. So they didn't produce anymore. I mean, the zombie threat would be hiding in someone with holding a bite wound. Ugh. That's fucked up. You think most people would do that, though? Like, if you knew the bite wound is going to turn you into a zombie, how do you hide that? Like, why would you? You know you're screwed. That's really selfish. It's not even, it's almost just, yeah, it's really weird. It's, I guess, selfish. Unless it was bites only turn you 10% of the time. Or 20%. But you should still tell somebody. Or tell everybody. That, hey, I got bit, guys. I know. Lock me in the room for 24 hours. We'll see what happens. If aliens wanted to off us and steal resources, releasing something like that would be the perfect way. Yeah. Doesn't have to be aliens. It could be anybody, right? 2 weeks max. It depends how it spreads. Again, I think if it turns people too fast, we would easily contain it. Now, if it's something that you carry for like a month or maybe a week, let's even just a week, but you're contagious for that week without it showing signs, and maybe you could pass it on without biting. It just depends really how it's passed on and how long it takes to take effect. If you could pass it on without showing symptoms relatively easily, then we're fucked. But if you have to bite somebody after turning, I just think that's going to take, I just don't think that, I think we would get it concealed or under control really quickly. Unless it was a coordinated attack or something with it, right? Like somebody went out and purposely infected crowded areas where like thousands of people, maybe in different places. Oh yeah, city boys are fucked. Yeah. I mean, simply for me, just the resources. I don't think there'd be enough to support everybody. I mean, I think they said if the electrical grid goes down in like a major way, I think a month or two, it was like 80% of Americans would die or something, some insane number. It was like 80 or 90%. With the power grid going down. I think it was for like 1 month or 2 months. I think that probably also took into account a breakdown of the supply chain, though. It was like the grid goes down and the supply chain, I think, was kind of the idea of that. Said another 2 weeks for all the stores, for all its stores. 6 months not including garden. Oh, okay. So some of y'all are a little prepared, if not hoarded. Vance, most conservatives would be okay. We're prepared already. I'd say probably in a lot of cases. Where we at? Long pig. That's when you got the dogs. Yeah, dogs would probably be very useful. Learn how to grow food now while you have time. Learn basics. Teach yourself how to survive now. 10 to 5 p.m. Sleep during the day. But if I was truly... if it was truly zoonic... I forget what he said, honestly. Hunting abilities may be moot. If it comes from animals, oh my god, guys, the implications. It's like, imagine if you have wild dogs running around with it, biting people. Okay, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, fuck. I mean, the scariest thing is imagine birds or mosquitoes or something. I mean, I just feel like that's cheating. I feel like that's OP. It's a little overpowered, right? So... hopefully it's nothing like that. Spelling is hard. That's why we're building a wall. Bro, Oh man, it turns out they're looking ahead. Vance Will Smith. Keep my wife's name. It could be a powerful, I mean, think about it. Anytime they're in the room with a world leader, that world leader is going to be afraid to get smacked. It's kind of tragic that happened. Oh my gosh. You know, I loved Will Smith. I mean, Will Smith is great. You know, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, all that stuff. I don't know why things seem so weird nowadays. Sleep during 10 to 5. Someone awake during rotations. Everyone awake. Yeah, no, of course. I was referring to a movie. I was referencing a movie. Wait, with Vance Will Smith, I'm so confused. You're not giving enough credit to Christians and the ethical people in America holding us. Look, I'm not trying to be so cynical. I'm watching what just appears to be people going at each other's throats for. But maybe that's what we need, a common enemy or like a society collapse for people to band together, right? And also, we're not thinking about it on a global scale. Now, honestly, it really depends, right? Is this like something that starts in America, or does this hit multiple countries at the same time? Is there a potential for other countries to want to try to invade and take resources while all this is going on? Nah, it probably won't get to that point. They'll probably be dealing with their own issues. You know, Pristine, yes, was a pretty good movie. Before Will Smith lost all my respect, kissing Jane over many times on the lips. Jaden? Wait, you mean Jada? Or do you mean his wife, right? You don't mean his son. Because I do not know about that. I wonder if I knew and had my faculties. Vance, just think if rabies was the virus, you wouldn't think correctly, you would get confused and defensive. Oh, good point. Man, rabies is the one that freaks me out. We don't have a cure for it. It's like a 100% kill rate. I mean, I think even animals know when other animals have it. Like, they know not that animal is not right. The fact that there hasn't been a major rabies outbreak, I don't know if it spreads too fast or like through the, I don't know what it is, but it's amazing. Vance, yeah, the movie, good, him. You might be out of it. You might be passing out. Revolve the zombie virus around rabies. Think of the 100,000 rabies mutations they created. Think of the worst viral combinations possible. A virus and Resident Evil. I can't believe we've gone this long without somebody mentioning Resident Evil. T-virus. Talk more, guys. This is fun, RP. Dick Turner died in 1 week during Katrina over NOLA. Lack of AC and water. I've lived in the ghetto. Do fent zombies count? There is, yeah. I mean, they do. Oh man, I just saw somebody in the street, on the sidewalk in the street, doing that whole thing, and luckily the ambulance came and everything. But I mean, it is at a certain point kind of like zombies. It is kind of wild. Of course, they don't like force the fent onto you to make you smoke it and then spread the fent further. So that's good, but it's even worse that he defended her with how crappy she treats him. Guys, oh my gosh, that drama, it kind of boils my blood. I'm not gonna lie. When I've seen some of this stuff, it seems like there's some weird humiliation ritual going on or something. I don't like to psychoanalyze it. Oh, that's their private life. But then they put their private life out there. It's like such a weird conundrum for me, because I'm like, oh, I don't really like dipping and really caring about people's relationships. I mean, I don't really care. I don't know these people. But at the same time, it's like you're putting the shit out there for everybody to see. Like, why are you posting this? Why are you telling people about your affair? Why are you having a therapy session with each other and posting it on YouTube? Why didn't anybody watch this over and say, guys, this makes you guys look bad. It makes you look like a bitch, and it makes you look like a bitch. Actually, it makes you both look like bitches. And just in a different sense of the word. I mean, it just, when she was like explaining to him why she cheated and stuff, I'm sorry, the whole thing was so uncomfortable and just mind-boggling to me. And it just seems like this dude is like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to get into psychoanalysis and shit. It's just so flippin' weird to me. What's going on, Sebastian? Hold up, what happened with Will? Y'all talking about the slap? Oh my God. I mean, it looks like this. Okay, we're talking about zombies and how we're gonna survive the zombie apocalypse. Vance Will Smith ticket was floated. And now, yes, we're talking about, I don't even know, basically Will Smith and his trials and tribulations. I don't know. But it all circles back to zombies. Wait, his son's named after his wife, is that right? No, his son's name is Jaden. But isn't her name Jada? I don't want to spread fake news. Son, yes, he kissed on TV over 100 times over 5 years. Jaden Smith, Google Will kissing his son. Gosh, you know, you guys have me Google a lot of stuff. I might save that one. For another stream. I'm going to believe you. Vance, I just don't feel like it right now. I don't feel like putting that in my search bar. I'm going to believe you for right now. All right. I think so too. If he goes trans, it's just a ploy. Wait, who? Will Smith or his son? Dirty makes sense. Wait, what's dirty over here? Will's son went trans, I heard. No, what? It's just so random. That would be just so random out of nowhere, I feel like. I'd be like, what? Okay, fine. There you go. Do your thing, bro. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Like, that's the thing at the end of the day. I just don't care. I just say, there's just so much weird shit. Growing up, Will Smith, it was like Will Smith, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Hitch, iRobot, Independence Day, whatever. He was awesome. A Pursuit to Happiness, 7 pounds. Just freaking awesome, freaking great. And it seems like he should be just coasting easy mode. Everybody should love him. And it just seems like he lost so much, I don't want to say clout, because he has fame. It's not clout. Love, admiration, respect. I don't know what it is, but it seems like on a major scale. I do think that the slap really damaged his reputation or something. Anyway, rabies is pretty serious. It's a problem in most African nations. Oh, really? Yikes. Rabies has 2 varied responses. Some animals hide and die. Some get aggressive and kill. Oh, wow. Or end themselves. It kills quickly once you're truly screwed. And only contagious, so likewise in pets. Okay, yeah. So really what we have to worry about is a rabies mutation. Rabies was the first virus to be sequenced and mutated. I'm reading this shit backwards. With over $100,000 mutations since the 80s. Imagine what each different rabies virus can do. Prior Jaden man, he's trying to live under Will Withering shadow. Oh, we'll just do a wordplay now. If he goes trans, it's just deployed. How do it make sense? If every possibility was created, they would have a cure. With RNA, there are infinite number of potential variations. Oh, maybe we do that now. What famous idiot did that now? Oh, Jada. Will Smith did he had a thing going. Oh, Lord. Jaden, friend, was underage. That is mom's life. Wait. So they did all that to change the news narrative away from her being caught sleeping. Wait, no, was he? I don't think he was underage. He was, I thought it was like 19 or 22 or something like that. I thought it was a young guy because I think he's around Jaden's age. That's from what I remember. Again, I wasn't like super deep into this stuff, but you know, when it blew up, right? It was everywhere. Oh, I appreciate you, Vance 2028 Musk. You came during quiet time, paranormal, you know, myth, conspiracy, interesting stuff time. And I appreciate you for getting sucked in the black hole. It's more lively when we're doing the news and whatnot of the day. We also do gaming. There's all sorts of things you'll find here. All sorts of different types of people. We like to keep a organized chaos in chat. But I appreciate you. Angela, kissing brother in 90s. Just so very young. Or wrong. Actually, it seems like it's short pecs and not romantic long kissing. Or kisses. Everybody, look, there's different cultures. I'm not going to be kissing my son. I don't have kids, but if and when, you know, I'm just not going to be kissing my son. Maybe like a forehead kiss when they're a baby kind of a thing. You know what I mean? But you guys are talking about kissing them on the lips. To each their own, I guess. No. Personally. Acid dust, made it back, love it. I used to love Will Smith so much. Yeah, right? It's like crazy. But when a dude loses it, he loses it. Yeah, that is true. It did seem like he cracked. It's allowed a lot of people to attack what he's done before. What has he done before? I'm not really, I guess, well read in the lore of Will Smith. I'm pretty sure he maybe thought people would appreciate him defending his wife. Wrong. Take it offline, Will. It's a joke and a word chart. I don't know. I don't want to psychoanalyze, but what I think is, I mean, we've all seen the video, right? He's sitting there. He laughed. He was laughing. I imagine he was like, She didn't seem like she was laughing. He looks over. Ah, shit. He was thinking about that ride home, dude. He was thinking about that ride home. Look, if you know, you know. He was thinking about the ride home. After they get home and just what he was going to have to deal with. And for some reason in his mind, slapping Chris Rock, he would have to deal with less bullshit in his mind than dealing with her being pissy about him laughing. Now that was a miscalculation. Okay. Unless she was going to like stab him in his sleep or something. That was a miscalculation on his part. But in the moment, that's what I think happened. You're mad. Will didn't kiss you on the lips. Be real. Bro, why are you saying the quiet shit out loud? All right? Let us cope. It's so crazy because I take my eyes off chat for 2 seconds and then I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I don't think most people, it was a fragile ego and it showed itself in the worst way. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think it's something deeper that was bubbling and we don't really see all of it because it's not our life. but it broke at that point, and that's why I think it's sort of like an interpersonal relationship thing between them or something. Yeah, 18, 19. His friend was 17, but she knew him since 14. I heard she. Why are we doing this? I heard she helped him through I don't even know if that matters. Drug addiction. So I don't know, man. That shit is. Why do? Okay, this is what pisses me off. Gosh, this stuff infects like every layer of society. You have all this money and influence, and you could pretty much do all of what you want within like resources are not anything stopping you, right? Stop messing with kids. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. Oh, okay. It blows my mind. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, now you're saying, wait, so yeah, 18 is an adult. Wait, stop. Okay, hold on. I was just seeing this number 17. You were saying he was 17. You know what? I'm gonna have to look this stuff up eventually. I'm not trying to put this on Jada. I think she was, obviously from what she said, she was doing some fuck shit. I mean, cheating, it's kind of some fuck shit. I mean, that's already bad enough. Cheating and then going on the internet to tell everybody that you cheated on your husband with him sitting in front of you, pretty much not apologizing for it, and then basically, I'm sorry, I felt like she was gushing over it. I felt like she was like, it was so good, I swear to God. I don't remember what it was, but there was some part of it where I was like, yo, this is so wrong. This is like, just you cut this dude and you're just pouring salt. Like, I don't know why this is being filmed and posted to the internet. Like, there's drama and there's like, you know, whatever content, and then there was whatever that was. That felt sadistic, personally. Maybe I'm being a little dramatic. I am, honestly, I haven't slept in a day or so, but that's fucking sadistic. You said 18 is teen. I mean, but I mean, it's an adult though, legally, right? I mean, that's more of a language thing. I mean, technically 18 and 19 would be a teenager, but I think when most people say teenager, they don't think like 18, 19. I mean, generally, like if somebody says teenager, I'm assuming you're talking about like a child, right? Appreciate you, Vance. Black Hole sounds like a raging gay nightclub that serves acid and shrooms. You guys aren't far off. And our hole is the blackest, so get sucked in the black hole. It's in the word, dude. Okay, see, I'm not. Okay, this is just semantics. This is semantics. 18 is adult if you live in America. There's no children in the military, maybe mentally undeveloped, but not children. Oh Lord, help me. Yes, Pristine. Oh Lord. Okay, that was slick. Oh, y'all kill me. That's a big nope on the lips. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, oh no, of course, yeah, nope on the lips. That shit's just throwing me completely the hell off. Forehead, top of head, cheek, boo-boos, all good. Yeah, lips is weird. It's like, because I could get, okay, maybe like you're kissing your baby or something. Like, I don't know, you're kissing their forehead or something. You know, I don't know. But the lips of like your son, like when they're grown and stuff, I don't know. That's just, I would have to see it to believe it. I just don't want to put it in my search bar right now. I'm just like, come on, no, we're not doing that. It's watching, I don't really want to see Will Smith kissing Jaden Smith. Yeah. That just sounds like some fan fiction when you've just gone through too many links on the internet, man. It is an adult brain developed until late in their 20s. Okay, you guys just, I mean, it's all semantics at this point. Whether we're saying legally or not, this, that, and the third, it's like, okay. I'm just saying, if you say teenager, I'm generally thinking under 18, but it's like, okay, 18, 19 is technically a teenager. Yes, your brain is not developed until 59 or something, or 72. I don't know. Maybe it's 25. I don't know. Oh my gosh, Daniel Garrett, when did you get here? Shit. I need to catch up on the chat. In preference 17 and under children. Usually you said most men have finished their military service at the age, or try again. The age thing is so liberal, laugh my ass off. Wait, who said the age thing is liberal? I'm so confused. So 18 years old are both teens. Yes, technically they're teenagers and adults, just like the above. You can't make this shit up. It's not a measurement of brain development. Teen, children, and adults are separate, but arguing the language definition is ridiculous. I don't know how we're getting so off topic. In today's society, I'm not sure 20s is qualified to be considered an adult. Absolutely no idea what you're saying, Vance. Oh my god. I feel like you all pretty much agree with each other, but you're just splitting hairs is kind of my point. It's not about what's considered 18 is adult. Get over it. Stop making it muddy. It's gross. It's so muddy, it's gross. Shocker, says Daniel. It is semantics, and I'm trying to get him to realize that. Shocker. Lower brain development doesn't stop until 30s. I'll accept that. Near middle age before brain development stops. What? Brain starts shrinking at 25. I love how everything I say can be Googled. Somebody tase me. If the military could get away with training child soldiers, they would. Using the military vets as measurements wrong. Okay, you guys are all getting tased? Okay. Oh, Lord. I want to beg 18-year-olds because it's legal. No one really gets to me, but no understanding. They're both right. It's just crazy to me. Taught at home. Ditto. Republicans not wanting relations of men and women bathrooms. Law Republicans. I love how you guys just take the most extreme positions sometimes on things. Being taught to kill is not being taught how to adult. This brain development thing doesn't stop until after you're responsible for yourself for over 12 years. Brain development isn't good either. Wait, what? Very chill, he says. So parents are to decide when their kids are adults depending on how they're raised. So a 12-year-old farmer kid can be an adult, question mark. Man, you guys are, I really think you are all in agreement, but you're saying things in such a way that you guys are disagreeing with each other. Like you think you're disagreeing with each other, but I think everybody here is on the same page. So chillin' go. Daniel, what the hell are you talking about? Daniel Garrett, the fuck are you talking about? I have not heard anybody say they're okay with trafficking, for the love of God. Okay, I realize you guys are just being unhinged, actually. I'm sorry. My apologies. I don't know why I'm taking this serious. But you guys see how that works. We start with zombies. I don't even know how we got to... somehow we started talking about Will Smith. And then somehow it devolved into Biden sniffing kids, apparently. So it's just... Wow. Extra when you vote to. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I disagree with that. I was like, damn, I can't really understand why they blocked that. Brian literally would pray. Oh my gosh. Okay, Will Smith and I Am Legend. Wait, what about Will Smith and I Am Legend? Pretty solid movie. Pretty solid movie. That's the connection. What? True. I get it now.
But when connecting with strangers, trust your gut. Whether it's Conplan 8888 or some generic survival guide.
You're right, guys. Let's blame Will Smith. This is all Will Smith's fault. Oh my gosh.
Tell you the same thing. When the end of the world comes, the most dangerous thing you'll face isn't zombies, it's other people.
Malcolm Barrett, what the
We followed Conplan 8888 from a zombie outbreak at Offutt Air Force Base through classified space operations and potential psychological warfare. The military created...
Oh, okay, your bait, bro. Daniel is baiting so hard today, bro. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. You're funny. That's a 12-year-old farmer is 2 times the adult than the Xbox City boy. All right. We got the masturbators in the chat, guys. Oh, sorry, the master baiters. There we go. Sorry. Gotta make sure there's a very long pause there.
Protocols for fighting the undead. So, let's actually real. Conplan 8888 is exactly what the Pentagon says it is, a training exercise. Junior officers created it to learn planning procedures. Using an impossible scenario avoids diplomatic problems. So rather than create a plan to defeat Russians or Chinese, the enemies are evil magic zombies. Everyone understands it's practice.
So this is like, probably what it was used for, right?
The zombie psyop theory also doesn't hold up. The timing of Conplan 8888 being released at the same time as zombie movies and TV shows wasn't coordination, it was coincidence. Hollywood always follows the money. Remember we had 10 or 15 years of superhero movies, released one after the other, now not so much?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Disney.
We had zombies before Conplan 8888. White Zombie came out in 1932. George Romero created modern zombies with Night of the Living Dead in 1968. Dawn of the Dead in 1978 set the template for everything that followed. The Walking Dead comics started in 2003. Studios see profit and then flood the market. But dismissing this as just a joke would be a mistake. Conplan 8888 connects to real military plans. Conplan 8035, Conplan 8531, Conplan 8099. These aren't exercises, they're operational. The plan's real value is seeing the military acknowledge how fast society could collapse. It admits there are scenarios where the military can't win. A plan to defeat zombies is hard for the public to take seriously, but maybe that's the point. Maybe Conplan 88...
Yo, the Crocodile Dundee handshake. Fire reference. Anybody remember that time that Trump... Oh my gosh, this is Pepperidge Farm remembers. I knew it. See, I knew it. I knew it, Garrett. I don't think politicians lie. I don't think they're allowed to. Oh yeah, no, guys, the Y-Files is absolutely amazing. Really, really fantastic stuff. Okay, the Crocodile Dundee. It's a pretty solid reference. I'm not gonna lie. So there's these movies, the Crocodile Dundee movies, and I'd say they're like wholesome movies, right? I think you'd enjoy them. Well, maybe you won't. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen them, but I remember them as being nice. Another movie that was really good. I haven't seen in a very long time. Gone Fishing. That was a really good feel-good movie. Don't Republicans or MAGA, Republicans, Trump, movement. Liberals ignore Epstein to office. Anarchist playbook. call. Oh, solid. That's another one. That's another solid reference. You call that a knife? I can't do his voice. You call that? Hold up. All right, I'm gonna try to do it. Hold up. Oi. You call that a knife? You call that a knife? All right, let me stop. This is a knife. Knife, right? Knife. This is a knife. No, I can't remember exactly what he says, but something like that. That's not a knife. This is a knife. You know what? Lord Paralysis here. Listen, I got you. You know, I haven't had to ban anybody, but after such a disrespectful comment, let me stop. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the Black Hole Radio, guys. Dundee. Daniel, I would love to see how you talk in private. That's weird. What do you mean by that? You can just grab him by the pussy. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, you're responding to that. You can just grab him by the pussy. And when you're a star, they let you do it. The things they have you defending, Vance. Talking the right side of your mouth while doing Dundee. What the fuck does that mean? Okay. Pause. Wow, that's wild. That's why I was even thinking like that, Barrett. You call that a knife? Wait, I'm gonna try the right side. I'm gonna lick my lips. All right, we're good. You call that a knife? This knife. Crocky. You call that a knife? Okay, what are we doing, guys? I appreciate that, Jelly Donut. We have the blackest hole in, well, anywhere, really. But I'm always searching for a blacker hole. So, if we find one, we're going to move to that one. Holy shit. Stop being a I haven't seen the F word in chat in at least a few hours. We were doing pretty good there, but here comes the F word. I hate to say it, guys. Fascist. There's two F words. One of them you can't say. No, both of them you can't say. Yeah, I don't know. You guys remember Trump earlier? There's two N words. You can't say either of them. Oh my god, a Nazi. I guess there's three N words. Australia does not acknowledge your Australian accent. Yo! What the cluck? Are you? Hey, do we got another Aussie in chat? How bad was it though? Listen. I haven't heard Crocodile Dundee in a minute. A long minute. More like an hour, okay? It's been a long time. So, I think I did decent. What the cluck? Alright? It was okay. It was okay. Alright. Hold up. Guys, I have the soundboard I never use. That is such a weak clap. That is exactly the clap I would expect right now. Like that's a pity clap, right? That's a pity clap. That's fucked up actually. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, let me stop. Mate. Mate. No, I fucked up that. Mate. No, that's a little too much. Mate. Cheers, though. Cheers. I am out of drink. Hold up. All right, guys. I actually got some. Boom. Hold up. In my coffee cup. Cheers. Cheers. Pity clap those cheeks. Mate. Croquet. What does that mean? Croquet. Okay, let me stop. This is getting bad. Down under. Down under. Wait, hold up. Down under. Try to do it out the right side of my mouth here. What if I did it out the left side of my mouth? Would that completely change it? Down under. Oh shit, it does. Okay, never mind. We're gonna do the right side. Oi, mate. I think maybe I need a little dip. A little dip in my lip. Hold up. Oi, mate. Oi, mate. Heard you were. Wait, hold up. Oi, mate. Heard you were talking shit at the pub. Oh, I was way off. I was trying to work on an English accent, and I thought I was actually making some good strides there a couple weeks ago. Just trying to bring some joy to this bitch. Appreciate you. Jelly donuts bring joy. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. 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 Damn FBI. How about I offend the Aussie, though? Damn it. Let the cluck. I hope you're still here.
$888 is a clever distraction. The story isn't in the document they show us.
Croquet. Oh no, you said Koba. Koba? Check out Kevin Bloody Wilson. Kevin Bloody Wilson. Does he do gospel songs? Let me put Bloody in there. Or maybe I'm not getting the reference at all. Wait, I found him. Wait, does he do music?
Back at me, across the room and seen this fucking A-grade 10.5, and she was staring back at me. But she was standing upside down on her head with her legs spread in the air. And the prime alert surged when I see she weren't wearing any underwear.
Recommended by chat.
But she was standing upside down on her head with her legs spread in the air. And the prime alert surged when I see she weren't wearing any underwear.
I don't want to get claimed for the music, so I might have to watch this on my own time. But guys, that was Kevin, literally Kevin Bloody Wilson. It looks like he does some music mixed with comedy or something. Or who knows? I think I'm gonna the Cougar song. She a goodin'. She a goodin'. Reading me my wrongs. All right. All right. Fucking rude. Santa Claus, you come. Oh my gosh. I appreciate Daniel. He disappeared for a while on the channel here. It is nice. He's been stopping by more often and adding his input, which is always he always, you know, stirs the pot.
It's in the documents they hide. Conplan 8888 repeatedly references classified annexes that were stripped from the public version.
So basically, it might just be use zombies in place of Russians, Chinese, or American citizens. That way nobody gets their panties in a bunch, is the kind of the gist of it. But it could also be for zombies. So if we ever hear anybody talking about doing Conplan 8888, just know it's time to get ready for the zombie apocalypse, or the breakdown of society in general. And again, guys, highly recommend it. The Y-Files, can't say it enough. Mwah, wonderful channel. Give them a sub, give them a like, give them all the stuff, you know. Maybe say the Black Hole Radio brought you. I don't know. Yo, Daniel Garrett, that sounds beautiful. Make sure you have a good day at work. I hope it's a productive day, right? We appreciate you keeping society going. Dirty Buddy is so sorry. Yo, you guys just... I cannot, bro. Y'all are wild. Now take it easy, Daniel. Yo, Steve Sweeney, hey bro, I'm Swine from Australia, mates with What the Clock. Hey, very good. Or you met What the Clock. Hey, very good. Love to see it. That's awesome. Dude, we got all these Aussies in here. It's all, I don't know where they're coming from. It's amazing. You guys are like the 4th demographic or something, I think, for the stream. Or 4th largest demographic. Don't let anyone on YouTube do your work. They tell you different. I think this is some people's job is to be in YouTube chat. Oh, damn, I didn't even see that, Lord Prowess. All right, man. Take care. Good night. Take it easy. Be safe out there. Yeah, I didn't see that. Fuck. Rodney Rude Macasse. Get root on! Yeah, I like all this niche stuff. We have a lot of stuff to look into off stream here. Let's see what I could actually play on stream. Wait, you're telling me you're not being paid to be in chat, Steve? I'm confused. You guys aren't paid to do this? I'm so confused. Oh, you're like, what the hell was that? Suggestions from chat. Settle up. No, it popped up too, Dirty. It popped up and I was like, I was actually chilling with somebody and I was like, I actually need to check that out because so he recommended that and I can't find the damn playlist they're talking about. Wait, we get fucking paid. Never mind, guys. You know what? Forget I said anything. I must be in the wrong community or chat or something. I thought all the YouTube chatters thought y'all were getting bags for this. Damn, I just got breaking news. Somebody says ice shooter. I got breaking news. I don't know. This is a notification. I do not think I have energy to even do this breaking news. But it said ice shooter was Antifa. I'm going to do a quick X crawl. But if this is the case, this will be at the top of my next stream. Because I do not think I have the energy to go through that. This is McDonald's, I think.
Yeah, you can laugh.
That's pretty cool.
I'm the bloke who gets all the roots around here, boy. Difference between a 12-inch cock and an onion, nothing. They both bring tears to your eyes.
Nah.
Yes, sir. I'm the main man. I'm the man. I'm the man. I get all the roots. Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh, this guy.
I'm the man. I get the roots. Here's me and the boys. Pull the big red road truck up in front of McDonald's today. Big dual cab full of shit. Truck drivers know what I'm talking about. Chip.
Oh my god! You said I don't think that's news. Now I'm like, that was news. We were just listening. That was news. We were just listening to. I think I'm pretty sure that was news, bro. They went to the McDonald's with their onion and 12-inch. Forget about it. Oh my gosh. What damn it, I want to see that though. I'm just curious now, just for the sake of it. Hey, you play guitar, good stuff. I dabble in it. I dabble. If you guys make music or do YouTube or you know, are on the internet doing your stuff, sharing your craft and everything, you could always let us know here. We can pull it up and check out your stuff. We got a couple, let's see, Full Metal Chad isn't a metal band. We've listened to his stuff here. There's somebody else. I cannot remember their name, but it will come to me. And there was a singer we had, and a couple people that posted things like on YouTube that have like channels, and we check out their stuff when they stop by or whatever. "12 Dems arrested." No, I haven't seen that. This looks like there's a lot of other news I could have got to. I mean, we did like the Trump stuff, and it's just, I didn't realize he was going to be running circles for that long. Well, he's been doing that lately more. Kind of reminded me of his Tylenol speech where he just kept saying the same thing over and over again. But we'll have to check that out. 12 Dems arrested in Texas for what? Damn, but I wanted to know about that. I was gonna say Antifa. Let me see what we got on next here. Okay. So maybe that person was posting. Maybe that person was not posting factual stuff here. I should just go to their post. Oh, no. I hear you, Steve. Yeah, there's nothing new here. That I'm seeing or have the wherewithal to sift through. But yeah, okay. Let's pull this up. This is a contribution here of Steve Sweeney, who apparently is not a Democrat nor a Republican. They have their own opinion. This is a rare breed, ladies and gentlemen, a rare breed. But this is pretty funny so far, so let's check it out.
Get Rude on!
Yeah, you can laugh. I'm the bloke who gets all the roots around here, boy. Difference between a 12-inch cock and an onion, nothing. They both bring tears to your eyes. Yes, sir, I'm the main man, I'm the man. I get all the roots. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm the man, I get the roots. Here's me and the boys. Pulled the big red road truck up in front of McDonald's today. Big dual cab full of shit. Truck drivers know what I'm talking about. Chip wrappers, Coke tins. Yeah, full condoms with knots in them from your mum's house, mate. Fuck off, mate. You got everything. Filled up 3 big McDonald's garbage bins with the shit out of our truck. The manager walks out, he goes, "What do you think you're doing?" I said, "We're putting our McRubbish in your fucking McBin, mate. That's what we're McDoing. And as soon as we McFinish, me and the McRoadies, we're all going in your nice clean McToilets and we're all going to pump a big McShit each Mc in there. Gonna give you back a couple of McNuggets, you McFuck. You get in there and make me a big McShit burger. And make sure it's got plenty of McMayonnaise. If it didn't have McMayonnaise, you couldn't McTaste it. And make sure it's got a McSponge, McRubber, McBun too. I'll kick your McGarbage bins all over your piss-ant, narrow, fuck-ass little McDriveway. It ain't big enough for a McCar. I'll back me McFour-wheel drive all over your landscape McShrubs. I'll hook me McWinch on your McMenu and tow it to fucking McGosford. McFuck McOff in there and get me a big McBreakfast that's McSmall. Big McBreakfast, my McAss. It's a McMinute McBreakfast with your McPowdery eggs and your McChemical McFeast. McFuck McOff back to McAmerica. Coming over here and changing our McCulture. It ain't McFries. It's fucking chips. It's chips. It ain't McFries. If I come in here to fucking McMorrow, and it ain't McChange from McFries to McChips, I'll cause you some serious fucking McPain. Because I'll be pissing in your McSpeaker and chucking a rock at your fucking McMenu. I'll McBack McOut of here, and 25 other cunts can McBack. Or wear my bloody McTow bar in their fucking McGrill. McFuck McOff out of here. I'll pinch every McServiette you McGot, put them in my McTruck, keep me and McShits in the McBush for 6 fucking McMonths. And when they're all McGone, I'll McComplain, and when you McRefill them, I'll McFucking McPitch them again. It's my McRight. You put them out here, I'll fucking McTake them. You're only here for my McConvenience. Now fuck McOff back in there. And if I catch that Ronald McDonald hanging around my McKids, I'll McSmack him. He should be hanging around with McMichael McJackson. So he should be with his dirty, big, paddle-ass fucking big wide shoes. I'll rip them off him and paddle his fucking McForward with them. Anyone that wears dirty, big, duck-ass shoes like that's a fucking clown.
McCastro, you out of here?
To try and McLaunch.
Alright, dirty money. That's funny. I think you're trying to say McCastro. That's funny, I think. That's hilarious. Take it easy now.
Anyone
Appreciate
that wears
you.
dirty, big, duck-ass shoes like that's a fucking clown. I said, now you got the hide to try and McLaunch a McRib again in this McCountry. That's 3 McTimes you try to McLaunch a McRib in this McCountry. Australians won't McFall for that again. A McRib with no McBone? What do you think a McRib is? It's a McBone, you mad McFuck. Giving us a turd soft little bit of McChemical McFucking call it a McRib. It ain't got a fucking McBone. And make sure you get dimmers on your fucking McFluoro.
You're a tall, skinny guy.
In case I bring me family in here and I don't want to look at your bright-coloured plastic McFuck. I'll dim you down. I'll fucking McDim you. And put plenty of McPickles on me McHamburger too, in case I want to have a sleep in the bush and put them on me bloody eyes. I'll go through your drive-in and order a big McSuck on me McNob. That's what I'll McOrder off you. One to McGee dear. One to McGee dear and one to McFuck McOff with. Said I'll McDo. And had your bloody big McFeast. I ate the wrapping paper. There was no McFucking McDifference. I'm sitting in McDonald's eating a stinking big McFeast and a fries. I look around, who's sitting there? Pauline Hanson. I said to the manager, McManager, McBloody well, get over here. What's this woman doing in here? You already got one red-headed clown. What am I attracting fucking seals now?
Oh, now you guys want another one. Hold on. One sec.
Oh.
Songs you gotta be careful with though, because the songs are like, I don't know, sometimes those copyright and all that. Give me a sec here. Grab something. And we'll circle back. But till then, give me a sec. Hit the sub, hit the like, all the good stuff. Yeah.
Spider cloud sounds like it would tickle. What is wrong with y'all? I'm telling you, spider clouds. Heard of this and I was like, that sounds pretty wild. It's like in the movie 300, where they're like, oh, we're fighting in the dark. You know, because the arrows are blocking out the sun. You're talking about storms. I was talking about spider storms. But you guys get a lot of bad storms, though.
Been in 5? Wow. I take you all basements then, right? Yeah. Hey, no basements. Houses on stilts, shelter below on ground level. Huh. Queen slander houses. Yeah, don't worry, Biscuit. I'm never getting... They're keeping the spider clouds under wraps. But yeah, as long as you dudes are safe, you know, kick back, I guess have some drinks. Enjoy the sounds of the chaos and then go out and clean up. It sounds fun. Albeit nothing happens, right? Guys. Oh, I haven't slept in, well, too long apparently. So boom, I'm dropping the link to the Discord in the chat. Join the Discord if you want. Keep the conversation going. If that link doesn't work, there's one in the description. They should work. I think I fixed them. But continue the conversation. You can drop links there. And yeah, chit chat with people and stuff. And I should be back. I'm gonna try to be back tonight. Man, along with 1 million alligators, most deadly snakes. Jesus. Yeah, we're gonna have to get into this. I'm glad we can get some Aussies in here and learn about Down Under. But appreciate y'all for hanging out. Tuning into the Black Hole Radio broadcast. Remember to beware. If you get too close to the black hole, you will be sucked in.